Hello, everyone. If I could ask you to please take your seats, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. Good morning. Good morning, esteemed guests of Sicha and the Siam Society. May I ask you to please take your seats and we will begin. I'd like to start this morning by first thanking you all for being here, as well as our esteemed guests and VIPs, and all of our speakers who have traveled so far to be here today. I would first like to welcome to the stage Dr. Katrini Pratihari Kubantuba, the chairperson of Sicha and the Indonesian Heritage Trust. Dr. Katrini has a background in planning and architecture, and in 2020 was celebrated as a world leader by the Climate Reality Leadership Project Global Training Seminar. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Katrini to the stage.
A very good morning to all of you. Swadikap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu and other greeting in our Asian countries that I should say. But the meaning is really very welcome to have you in this great day, a bright day, and we will start the conference that it's a long-awaited conference that the Siam Society, also Sicha, and supported by BGRIMS prepare for around 2 years ago. And we are very welcome to share the ideas that we invited for enrich our traditional knowledge that will support and maybe it can be a part of a solution for the climate change action. So what we are here, it's to welcome you all, the distinguished speakers, participants from, I believe, each member of the Asian countries are represented here. So we have our friends, not only also from the Asian countries, but we have our also distinguished guests from India, also from United States, as well as our support for all the things related with the climate change. So for this year, and hopefully in the future, we can introduce more to the world that we from the region of the Southeast Asian have some things to also support all the action that we can do together, hand in hand, in a stronger network in the future to combat about the climate change. And we believe it's not the duty or the obligation of all of us who's living in this same earth, in the same planet, but this is also our legacy for the next generation. So this is why the reason that in this conference, it is really important for having you, all the youth people, all the young people, that's our future generation, that we replace also the legacy that hand over all the wisdom, all the things that we learn from our ancestors, and we can enrich with the dynamic things, the important lesson learned that we are having in this current and modern life. And I believe the future can be seen as our optimist view, because we here together and we will formulate all the things through this conference as our contribution from the Southeast Asian countries. I think that's all from me. Again, once more, I would like to congratulate for all of us being here. And I from Indonesian is also, I'm very honored to be here and as a chair of the SICA, really also deliver an appreciation for our sponsor. And not only the sponsor, because we also having in the back is the Asians. It's the traditional ensemble music of the Asian countries that you can also learn about the power of art. That is also one of the basic in our Asians local wisdom, to be together, to be having a stronger and a stronger network in the future. So let's start our conference. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Dr. Katrini. I would like to next invite up our first keynote speaker, Dr. Chaiwat Sata Anand. Dr. Chaiwat is Professor Emeritus of Political Science at Thammasat University, where he is the director of the university's Peace Information Center. Dr. Chaiwat's impressive work has been recognized by the National Research Council, who named him Thailand's best researcher in political science and public administration in 2006. Dr. Chaiwat's writing has been translated and published in over 8 languages, and we are happy to have him here today. Please welcome Dr. Chaiwat.
I'm sorry I'm slower, because I belong to the earlier generations and the body is giving up. Anyway, so peace be with you all, and I must first thank the Siam Society, Eliot, John, Jaruwan, and many other colleagues who worked so hard to make this, for me, a pleasant experience. So, okay, first a question. How many of you here have heard of the story of the wounding warrior and floating lotus? Show of hand. One. How many of you here have heard of Groot from Guardian of the Galaxy? I have seen more hands, and I am sure that there are more hands that are afraid to show up. So here, I'll take you from the floating lotus to Groot's wisdom, engaging contemporary ecological challenges with Southeast Asian culture. Let's begin with a legacy. A good friend of mine is a visionary and a diplomat extraordinary. He was the former Minister of Foreign Affairs for Thailand. He was one of the best, if I may say so, Secretary General of ASEAN. He has a dream. And the dream is this: towards the end of his life, he passed away unfortunately in 2017, but towards the end of his Secretary General career, I believe Surin understood that his most difficult mission was to transform ASEAN from a very successful regional organization into a human community that is caring and sharing, which would only be possible with tolerance, acceptance of cultural, historical, religious, and linguistic diversity, among others. So this is his dream and his legacy. I will follow that. The thesis of today's talk is in pursuit of Surin's ASEAN legacy of transforming the regional organization into a human community, underscoring the values of sharing and caring among people. This address is an attempt to argue that it is important to raise the question how cultural treasures in Southeast Asia, both traditional and popular, ancient as well as contemporary, could help Southeast Asians face these ecological threats as a community. Now, the steps by which I will share my thoughts with you are 5 phrases. You can summarize it in 5 phrases. First, I want to identify the threats: soil, water, wind, and fire. I will come to that very briefly. And then the second is alternative epistemic ground. I would argue that one of the problems that we face lies in the epistemology that we use in understanding, in connecting us with the world. So changing from cogito ergo sum into spiro ergo sum. My Latin is very bad, I know. Breathe, therefore I am, is an alternative notion. And then the story, the warrior and the floating lotus, and then 2 contemporary experiments of that. One in Thailand, the other one in Indonesia, yellow trees and green moss. And we end with the Guardian Groot's wisdom. That's, I would say, an inspirational global popular culture for the young and the old, and the young at heart. Now, there's a problem with the elements. And I don't know how many of you know earth, wind, and fire. Very good. They made the world misunderstand about the element. They thought there were only 3. How wrong could they be? If you go the Chinese way, there are 5, earth, water, wood, fire, and gold. Now, if you go the Indian and the Buddhist one, you have 4. Earth, wind, fire, water. Now, you take one look at me and you know which side I'm on. Right? Of course, the Chinese. Now we go immediately to the threats. You can read, for example, the analysis by the Secretary of American State Department Secretary. I think he was arguing about climate change as a national security problem and all that. I don't want to go there. I want to address this from the elements. And there are 4 elements as we want to talk about. First one is the threats to the earth, soil. You can focus on, earthquake, tsunami in 2004, and the recent earthquake also in Indonesia and others. Or you can focus more structurally on the soil. The Malaysian Society of Soil Science, together with the Institute of Biological Science, University of Malaya, organized a meeting. And the motto of that meeting is, "Our soil is our future." Why? It looks at degradation due to soil erosion, pollution, organic matter, carbon depletion, and all that. And they argue that such soil atrophy influenced by climate change is negatively affecting food production. So soil is not just soil, because 95% of the food you eat comes from the soil. And so therefore, food security, national economies, provision of ecosystem, and as a result, poverty in East and Southeast Asia will increase as a result of soil depletion. That, as I said, wind, fire, and earth, and water. I will focus a little bit more on water. In 2019, Southeast Asia faced its worst drought in 100 years, aggravated by the fact that China's 11 dams in the northern part of Mekong River further deprived downstream nations of water. From Yunnan province in China, Mekong flows through 5 other countries: Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam, rich in both biological and cultural diversity. These are homes. These are homes to over 240 million people with more than 100 different ethnic groups. My anthropologist friend argued that it is this transnational enclosure and increasingly centralized decision-making process which enable the state and commercial interests to gain control of this great river of life, his term. That tears people from their rivers, lands, and forests, removing these natural resources along with accompanying knowledge and cosmologies from the cultural framework in which they have been embedded, and forcing them into a new framework which reinforces the value and interests of the state and dominant groups. These are harsh words. And then, you can have threats of wind and fire, haze. Haze is an interesting phenomenon and threats. In 2015, haze threat killed from 40,000 to 100,000 people in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. What is most remarkable about the wind and the fire produced haze is the transboundary causes and effect. Haze had caused diplomatic rows between Indonesia, which labeled complaining neighbors of being ungrateful for the fresh air that Indonesia have provided outside the haze season. Singapore, on the other hand, has put in place the extraterritorial law that would hold liable any entity that causes haze in Singapore. Now, all this means what? Means ASEAN is facing multiple problems that have a very complex transboundary nature which cannot be addressed by any individual country. More importantly, because of the dominant transnational enclosure reality of ASEAN, unless the regional organization finds a way to shed the shield of collective nation states that constitutes this regional organization and pursue Surin's Pisuan legacy of transforming it into a sharing and caring community, it has very little chance of coping with the avalanche of complex threats that have produced destructive climate change in Southeast Asia. So this is the theme and the dream. Now, the anthropologist I refer to is Professor Yot Sandasombat from Chiang Mai. He puts it sharply that Mekong, as the river of life for hundreds of millions of people, are torn asunder from local fabrics of self-reliance and redefined as state property. So the river of life becomes state property, his term, to be exploited for commercial interest. Now that's a political economic analysis of the threat, water threat, as a result of man-made dam. But I believe that something much deeper has been at work to make it possible that for a seamless transformation of a river of life into a commercially viable state property, it is the epistemic ground responsible for such a cruel miracle that needs to be called into question. Now, there's an example of this, but the work of Sarah Dry is very interesting because she points out that it is remarkable to note that the idea of how human activity affected the atmosphere was rejected as implausible as late as 1938. So the reason why we consider ourselves part of the ecology, part of the problem, is later than 1938. This is fascinating. Now, to gain some wisdom, sometimes you have to listen to the poet. Sometimes you have to listen to the writer. And here's the writer. Amitav Ghosh, in the flawed, in the Great Derangement, he argues this way. He points out that this failure to take climate change seriously among fiction writers could be attributed to the fact that contemporary fiction was heir to an intellectual legacy that valued the probable over the improbable, the steady norm over the turbulent exception. As a result, they were incapable of even imagining the scale of the crisis. Calamity of such magnitude was therefore unthinkable, even for the fiction writer. He concludes that it was this vast Western epistemic tradition that has restrained them. So, what is this epistemic tradition that has restrained them? Now, I discussed this problem using a rather complicated understanding of how Descartes explained his cogito ergo sum. But I do not go to the philosophical critique of that in my other works, but I use Alcoholic Anonymous as an example to critique that, but that's for another paper. It is the thinking activity, cogito ergo sum, it means what? It is the thinking activity of the person as a disengaged actor that defines one as being human. This formulation was elegantly enshrined in the renowned philosophical dictum of I think, therefore I am. The image of the Cartesian human could very well be Auguste Rodin's statue, which you see on your left. Auguste Rodin's statue, the thinker, but with a roofed wall blocking him from the world, with lives effectively left outside so he could do his thinking in isolation. It is this idea of the isolated human being doing the thinking separated from the rest of lives in the world that is in some way responsible for one's inability to see life in other living beings. Or if the life is indeed seen, it becomes a means to the ends of the seeing agent, which consequently makes it easier to indulge oneself in a globalized world of indifference, instead of facing and preparing for ecological crises that would impact all of us as a human community. A realistic philosophical assumption would also assume that the thinking agent is alive. So, but there are different ways to imagine a human being who breathes as a replacement. From Buddhist exercise in concentrated breathing, and those of you who are Buddhists know the importance of anapanasati. The being who emerges will reconnect with the world. Concentrated breathing, anapanasati. The being who emerges will reconnect with the world, care for the world, and act in the world framed by the language of detachment in pursuit of the cessation of sufferings, born from the illusion of attachment. In Islam too, breathing is what makes us human. But while in the Buddhist lexicon, the key word is, I believe, detachment. In Islam, it is through remembering the profound way in which humans are connected to God, taqwa, that makes us human and different from other living beings. The Quran says that once God breathes life into the human, then hearing, sight, feelings, as well as minds follow. We would invite humans to see lives of all created living beings. But how would one see these lives? One must remember that in the act of creation, God breathes life into humans, and so they themselves breathe. For a human, breathing is the act of living. But what does he or she breathe? What do you breathe? Ask yourself. In the physical world, in the company of humans, of other humans like you do, is it the dust of lives that from the others that he or she is breathing in? You want evidence? COVID. That's why, you're breathing the others in, and so the world is showing us how breathing is important. Now, inspired by both Buddhist and Islamic deliberation on breathing, I would argue that we do indeed share the same sources of life. When we breathe others in, they can be seen and heard as the precious life that we all are. Hearing and seeing other humans would therefore enable us to feel how they are and as a result care for them. This would enable us to replace the philosophic cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, which has trapped humans helplessly in the Cartesian wall for so long, I would argue, with spiro ergo sum, meaning I breathe, therefore I am. Breaking down the Cartesian wall to breathe in others in the context of natural worlds, one emerges with a new epistemic sense of how it is precisely the wind of life that connects all of us as a human community. Now the question at this point is this just alternative, is this alternative epistemic ground of spiro ergo sum but a philosophical rumination, or is it possible that to find traditional Southeast Asian culture, Southeast Asian cultures, perhaps outside of philosophical Buddhist and Islamic influence discussed earlier, that could serve as a fertile cultural ground for the advent of Southeast Asian community? Here we go to the story. So once upon a time, there was a wounded warrior floundering from a defeated battling plain. Overwhelmed and delirious in agony, the warrior reached a fast-growing stream. He followed the water upstream until he reached a gorgeous waterfall. To rest his wound, he sat beneath the shade of a nameless old tree. Suddenly he noticed a lotus flower. Rushing down the torrent, the beautiful flower ended up floating on the pool right underneath the waterfall. The wounded warrior found something strange about the nature of the alluring lotus. He watched it as it was carried by the current. The lotus looked like it could dance, sometimes sinking under the raging river, but then it jounced back again. The curious warrior picked up a rock and threw it at the dancing lotus on the luminous water. I think he has nothing else to do. With his trained, accurate throw, the lotus sank just below the surface, only to reappear unfazed on the pool elsewhere. Now even more agitated, the warrior, who had by now forgotten his wounds, picked up a nearby branch and used it as a wooden lance and threw it at the frolicking lotus. Again, the flower twisted and turned, flowing with the current, sometimes sinking and at other times rising exquisitely. Now evidently furious, the warrior drew his mighty sword, charged into the water, began thrusting and hacking at the playful lotus, without success, of course. The delicate lotus flower merely swirled, twirled, and twisted away, each time appearing either too far or too close for his sword to attack. Earlier defeated in battle, the warrior, who now must have felt worse for being defeated by the lotus flower, faltered back to the old tree, drenched in constrictive anger and tired beyond belief. With a heart of a burning fire, the warrior took a deep breath and decided to meditate on the experience of his battle with the strange lotus flower. You remember, this is the story of the beginning of Sila. I have discussed the origin story of Silatua to convey the idea that within the heart of Southeast Asia, especially in the Malay world, the advent of a traditional martial arts did allude to the ways in which humans could connect with nature. And he connect with nature by all the four elements, the fire, the earth, the breathing particularly. Not to dominate it, but to live in accordance with its foundation. The sword doesn't work, the lance doesn't work. The soldier only think that way. So if you want to be a Sila master, you have to transcend that. And you will understand that how we connect with nature, not to dominate it, but to live in accordance with its foundation, its flow, its energy, its connections, earth, water, fire, and the breathing air. In an extraordinary way, if the story of the wounded warrior and the floating lotus is in fact the cultural story of how in the dance of life, humans could touch, flow, catch the fire inside and breathe in the lives around them, then I would argue that the need to shift the epistemic ground from cogito to spiro is not merely a philosophical contemplation, but a possible future. a possible future because there does exist the cultural underpinning for just such a shift. Now, that's the story. Now we go to the experiment. I have two experiments, Buddhist yellow trees and green moss. In early 1990s, Thailand was in the middle of a rising wave of conflicts related to natural resources. More than half of these were conflict between the rural people and state agencies. They were results of a development policy with a strong emphasis on industrialization. And basically what it is that the state believed that the villagers cannot live in harmony with the forest. So the conflict arises. In 1992, Thammasat invited, a group of people invited Sundaral Bahukuna. I don't know whether you know him, but he is the leader of the Shipko movement to come. You know, the Shipko movement is a movement that protects the tree by hacking the tree. It began with Kaura Devi, the woman upstairs, and also Bahukuna was there. Now in 1992, I was in a packed room at Thammasat, and I saw Bahukuna explaining how he did in protecting the forest with his body. In the room, there's a young monk, and if my memory serves me right, I saw his eyes sparkling when he was listening to Bahukuna. And as a result of this, you know what? It gave birth to a new experiment in Thailand. So for the monk, he came back, you know, with his colleagues, and he said, being a monk, I can ordain people as a monk. How about ordaining trees? So he started ordaining trees. That's yellow trees. It is hard to, and it spread like anything, you know, all over the country, you know, after this idea of yellow trees. The name of the monk, many of you might know, is Prapaisan Visalo, is the young monk at the time, highly respected now. And I would say that though the difference between the yellow tree experiment in Thailand and in India is this. Although it's hard to tell whether this cultural nonviolence did put a complete stop to illegal cutting of trees in Thai forests, I don't think it is the case. But it is not difficult to imagine that some Thai woodcutters would be discouraged from cutting down trees when they see Buddhist yellow robes around them. I would also contend that while in the Indian case, the woodcutters might be deterred from carrying out their abominable task due to the legal and moral forces underscoring the consequences of cutting down people, hacking the trees in front of them. So there's this legal dimension, you know, in terms of decision making. But in the Thai case, it is highly likely that it is the cultural force. It is the cultural force, not legal, of seeing ordained yellow trees that has the power to halt them. I have 5 minutes left. The second example comes from Indonesia, green moss. The most interesting case is Istiqlal moss. The most glorifying example of how Indonesia has been successful is the green moss project. The Istiqlal moss has become the first place of worship in the world to be certified as an environmental friendly place of worship by the International Finance Corporation World Bank Group. Now that is a surprise, but to make the long story short, what it has done is, you know, if the yellow tree is basically a cultural experiment, the Istiqlal moss is basically a technological experiment with lots of resources by the government put in. But it is important that in Islam, a mosque is far more than a religious place of worship. It has always been with dual functions, religious worship and civil and others. And so perhaps because of what a mosque is in Islam, it is far more important to ask what can a mosque do in a fight against environmental destruction and perhaps restore a better balanced ecological reality back. Now, my conclusion. This keynote address began with a dream of ASEAN's most prominent visionary diplomat, the late Surin Pitsuwan, of pursuing a caring and sharing Southeast Asian community, underscoring traditional cultural wisdom, together with examples of how climate actions have been carried out in two very different cultural topographies, Thai Buddhist and Indonesian Islamic. But if we are now living with a whole row of Damocles swords hanging above our heads, especially in terms of ecological reality, then we need to realize that at present we have nowhere left to go. And that's the name of the book by von Brackl. We have nowhere left to go because a new exodus is rapidly taking place all over the world. The rise in global temperature is causing plants, animal species, as well as people to move towards the poles and higher, cooler ground. This exodus has begun to overwhelm biological and political stability compared to the biblical or Quranic great flood. The problem with today's climate change is far more onerous. While Noah had to cope with just 40 days of rain, there is no end in sight for the perils of today's climate change, where the change never stops. In Nowhere Left to Go, von Brackl concludes his captivating work with these words: the less we allow the earth to warm, the more areas we return to nature, and the more reserves and corridors we create, the more species we will be able to save, and we will at least be able to pass on fragments of life on this planet to our children and their children. But even if our modest aspiration about the world would merely be to pass on fragments of life on this planet to our children and their children, our grandchildren will not thank us for the righteous indignation that simply leaves our politics broken. How then should we try not to leave our politics broken? I want you to go with me again, read again von Brackl conclusion in Nowhere Left to Go again, but this time with a close textual analysis. Those of you who are in philosophy know what that means. In a portion of that prophetic paragraph with only 54 words that McKibben quoted, von Brackl used the word we 5 times, used our once, and ends the sentence with the future of our children and grandchildren and their children. These 5 we words are also active we, with 4 clear climate actions. First, we must work not to allow the earth to get warm. Second, we must return more areas to nature. Third, we must create more reserves and corridors. Fourth, we must save more species. Only by committing to these climate actions would we, the 5th we, be able to pass along fragments of life on this planet to our children and theirs. Put another way, the most important is perhaps the construction of a sense of we that would be powerful enough to carry out this required climate action. Here, I would turn to popular culture and solicit Groot's wisdom in the final, as the final inspirational story necessary for the construction of a sense of we that is powerful enough to face the existing climate malady. Groot is a most unusual superhero. He is a most unusual superhero from one of the most successful Marvel movies in the past few years, Guardians of the Galaxy. It is an intergalactic adventure of 4 losers, with a Quill or Star-Lord, a human with a godlike father, but I will tell you another story. 2 humanoid aliens and a female assassin, daughter of Titan Thanos, and the frightful Drax, Rocket, a genetically engineered raccoon, an engineered raccoon with a foul mouth, and Groot, a tree-like being with immense power. While innocent, Groot is at once deadly and sweet in equal measures. But the most memorable attribute of Groot is his speech pattern, which consists of only 3 words. Those of you who know Groot, tell me the word. Loudly. Excellent. I am Groot. Now, his communication technique depends on the various tones, sounds, and his facial expression used for just these 3 words, which he expertly utilized to fantastic communicative effects. I am Groot, I am Groot, I am Groot. So he used 3 words and he can communicate all kinds of things. At the end of the movie, when the Guardian of the Galaxy ship was shot down, and the heroes were about to meet their demise, Groot, the hero tree, used his power to protect the guardians. It is the case of the tree protecting other lives. In Groot's dying moment, when he could save everyone in his tree-like shielding embrace, Rocket, the bioengineer raccoon, his closest friend, asked in tears why Groot did it, knowing full well that using his power this way would kill him. In a longingly wearied voice, Groot mustered what's left of life to answer Rocket, the raccoon's question, with the never-before-spoken word, "We are Groot." He used to say, "I am Groot." Now it's "We are Groot." That's worth dying for. Perhaps Groot's wisdom lies in knowing that there comes a time when the singular I he has used all his life has to give way to the collective we. By substituting the I with the collective we that cares for others and prepared to share our destiny, at times paying the necessary prices, could a human community in Southeast Asia or elsewhere in the galaxy strong enough to engage the challenges of climate change be potently fostered? My generations may have left the earth and its politics broken. But looking at your young faces, breathing you in, I would like to believe that in your hands, a sharing and caring Southeast Asian community and perhaps the world is a distinct possibility. I hope you enjoy the ride. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaiwat. I think I speak for all of us when I say it was deeply enjoyable and educational. Thank you.
So I should go down now, right?
Yes, please. I can.
Oops. Oops.
Thank you, Dr. Chaiwat. I would now like to welcome to the stage our second keynote speaker, representing the youth representatives for SICHA, Mr. Joshua Anakbalayan. Joshua is a youth representative for the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance from Brunei Darussalam. He is a Waisili academic fellow pursuing environmental studies and has spoken about climate policy and the importance of indigenous perspectives on the international stage. Joshua is currently the Director of Finance and Sponsorships in the Brunei Darussalam chapter of the ASEAN Youth Advocates Network. Please join me in welcoming Joshua.
I'm waiting for my slides. Thank you, everyone. Great presentation from the previous speaker. I like the emphasis on soil, especially. It's something which I'm quite passionate as well. Okay, so I would like to start with this. I'll have a little bit more narrative that goes with it along the way. So to start, greetings, everyone. Thank you for making your time here. I would like to also acknowledge the virtual audience that joined us today as well. So to start, I would like to thank the organizer, SICHA, for convening us today, and also the Siam Society, to discuss and exchange ideas and solutions on how we can adapt and mitigate the adverse effect of climate change by looking inwards towards our community traditional ecological knowledge. I would like to also take this opportunity to thank my distinguished peers that have elected me to be their voices to talk about the issues that we discussed during our first meeting. So during our first meeting, we had the long and productive exchange on how languages, architectural design, culture, and religion played a role in mitigating and adapting to continual adverse effects of climate change. So the right to clean and healthy sustainable environment was officially adopted by the United Nations General Assembly to cement the future of future generation to enjoy the life that our ancestors and we have enjoyed for thousands of years. So this legislation also helped to incentivize many of the environmental human rights defenders. This is especially to the indigenous people who have fought valiantly to preserve their land, culture, and livelihood against the unfettered greeds of corporation, which focus on short-term profits. As an indigenous Bornean who has both roots in Brunei and East Malaysia, Sarawak, I see how government policies help to shape the forest that we live in. So in Brunei, because, one thing that we see is like oil and gas industry. So because the revenue of the oil and gas industry, it obviates any need to commercialize the forest. So they don't look into needing to commercialize or deforest the area. Even if there's a deforestation, it's like very controlled. It's very top-bottom approach to it. And while on the nearby border of Sarawak, many forests are cleared for both timber and palm oil industry. And this clear forest fragmentation is blatant, where you could observe a partition of monoculture palm oil and thick tropical rainforest between the East Malaysia and Brunei border. Here is the picture. But first, bear with me. I think the glasses.
Can you try that?
It's okay. Before this, all right. So you can see a clear fragmentation. This is a satellite image prepaid by NASA, given to the Brunei government, and you can see that clear fragmentation. Over the green side is Brunei, and that side is literally just roads connecting to different types of palm oil production. And this is the subsequent slide where you can see over a helicopter image of literally monocultured over that side, and then literally Sungai Belait, which is Brunei. So Sungai Belait is where I'm originally from. I'm from Ulu Belait in Kukup or near Buau. So I want to bring this a little bit on because recently I had a conversation with my grandmother. It was post-Malaysia election period. And this is the first time she actually talked about politics. And generally, I think because I'm getting old, then she started to talk about adult stuff with me. And one thing that she talked about was during that time, there is a flooding in that area, and it paused the voting booth for a certain period of time. And we talk about how trees plays a huge role in mitigating the flood, and nowadays a lot of the tree has been cut off for monoculture palm oil production or for tree timber plantation. So then she brought up this quite passionately, and in Malay she said, "Siapa bawa tauke ni datang?" This tauke meaning the palm and timber oil conglomerate. So in English she'd say, who brought and enabled this timber and palm oil conglomerate? And her answer was, perintah lah. So perintah is our policy leaders and community leaders. So the issue here is as well, this symbiotic relationship between corrupt leaders and businesses is not a surprise in this part of the world. Often these leaders are of indigenous origin as well. And because it has stemmed from indigenous origin, it strengthened or validated the case to exploit this forest to begin with, because their leaders enabled the concession of tribal lands to begin with. So last year, our region hosted 3 of the largest geopolitical and trade summit, which was incredible feat for us as a bloc. Much progress has been made, especially considering the sit-down between the 2 superpowers, cooling down the tension between the 2 in the G20 summit. This was a great achievement for Indonesia, being able to mitigate the tension between these giants. While for this year's ASEAN Summit and APEC 2022 in Cambodia and Thailand, much emphasis is given on post-COVID economic recovery. But how I hope that achievement could translate into creating tangible climate commitments. Only APEC managed to talk about sustainable tourism and the sustainable agenda, just a little bit touched over the grims. And I felt similarly about COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh as well, where many of the agreements are preordained. And at this point, why do we fly thousands of miles just to talk about the same issue from the previous COP? It is a huge contribution to immense emission just to agree to the status quo. This constant beating of the drum might seem redundant. At this point might be redundant, but nonetheless necessary because leaders and policymakers are not fulfilling the commitments to their grand and great-grandchildren. I like to consider myself as a rational optimist because I believe many strides have been made. One highlight from this year's COP is the introduction of the loss and damage clause. This immensely helped alleviate developing countries, especially the global south, by granting them compensation from the developing global north for climate-related disaster in their region. Developed economies have to bear the brunt of climate financing by meeting and imposing stricter climate commitments because they had historically enjoyed expanding their economic capacity during the 19th and 20th century through the Industrial Revolution. Developed economies have a moral duty to tackle their emission, to give way for developing economies to expand their economic capability to enrich their population. This is crucial because the topic of climate change, it comes from a point of privilege. And many developing countries putting food on the table is the thing that they think first. So in order to address the issue of climate change, you need to address the issue of poverty. Once you address the issue of poverty, then we can increase the camp and get them into this and then fight climate crisis together. I'm also pleased to see a growing movement of indigenous people's rights, especially acknowledging their contribution as environmental human defender towards their land, which is very much intertwined with their culture, religion, and identity. Many died protecting their heritage land, which for centuries have been feeding their people. Living off this land also helped these people to acquire knowledge from their environment, which in turn enabled them to manage their resources sustainably and to predict any incoming disaster, which begets these knowledge tools for adapting and mitigation. I have the great privilege to be amongst youth in ASEAN and the Asia-Pacific region who champion environmental and climate justice within their own localities. So in the pre-Sitcha summit alone, I heard an old yet new perspective because most of the solution that they offered is looking inward into how our ancestors utilize local knowledge to adapt to these changes within their localities. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight Brunei's initiative, especially the ASEAN Center for Climate Change, which was proposed during Brunei's ASEAN Chairmanship. This was already agreed by principle by most ASEAN member states, but minimal real support and commitment is done to further this initiative. So policymakers aren't the only people who can influence rapid change. Businesses can also shift their mindset from having a short-term and high-income revenue stream and rather look inward into a long-term sustainable growth. All of us have a role to play, and climate change does not discriminate. It affects all levels of society, just some later than most. So I'll come back to this slide again. This is Brunei Darussalam, or Darussalam called Adopt of Peace. This is taken in the Temburong district, or the Green Emerald, or Permata Hijau, they would say it in the Malay language. And for me, this is really beautiful because this was taken at the research center in Kuala Belalong, and something I feel like worth fighting for. And as I conclude my speech, I genuinely hope people in position of power will consider the topic presented during this conference, and hope that it will be pockets of inspiration to further for change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I would now like to announce a brief coffee break before our first panel begins. Before that, I would like to ask, some of you may have noticed the traditional instruments we have on display at the back of the auditorium. And we ask Kun Sutipon from ASEAN might explain those a little bit, and you are welcome to view them at your leisure during the break. Additionally, as she comes to the stage, there will be coffee and drinks provided out in the garden on the left-hand side of the auditorium, as well as publications from the Siam Society available for browsing and purchase, and books from Areka Books in Malaysia. These include antiquarian and collectible books, and the funds for that will go towards the Siam Society Library. Now please join me in welcoming Kun Sutipon.
Hi, good morning, distinguished speakers, sponsors, and delegates. On behalf of CRSN, I wish to thank you, CSHA, the Siam Society, and the Royal Patronage, and our sponsor for extending an opportunity for CRSN to be here to showcase the power of arts that united people together. So at the back of this hall is the example of one of our project is under the name of CRSN Consonant. CRSN has a mission to create a better collaboration of ASEAN community. We believe in the soft power of arts and culture. We created a CRSN Consonant by grooming 10 talented ASEAN musicians across our regions, and they play the ensemble in the same song. You may observe the challenging of this ensemble because the Western part, they have the orchestra. In the Western musician side, they play the music by score. But in the Eastern side, ASEAN, the musicians play the music by heart. So this ensemble is proven that the power of arts can let the people beat as one. So one of the songs that we created is under the name of ASEAN as One. You may just search for ASEAN as One MV. I address this music because the first honorable speaker says the challenging of our region is how can we unite people by using the culture. And the first lyric of ASEAN as One said, ASEAN way is sharing, ASEAN way is caring. That's our song that created by CRSN Consonant, and we are here to show the power of arts that can unite people together. And I do believe that this platform is going to be a very good and very meaningful platform to initiate it and sparking ideas how can arts can unite the people together and facing the most important challenges of human, that is climate change and sustainable development. So please feel free to come and join the traditional musical instrument from 10 ASEAN countries at the back of this hall. I myself and my colleagues are pleased to share you further in detailed information and further collaboration that we may have. So pleased to meet you. Thank you very much for extending an opportunity for CRSN and CRSN Consonant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kun Sutipon. We will reconvene at 10:15, so that should give us about 15 minutes. Thank you. Hello everyone, we ask that you please begin making your way back into the auditorium. We'll be starting in only a few minutes. Everyone, we've asked that you please make your way to your seats. We'll be starting in only 2 minutes. For those on the lawn, please make your way back to the auditorium. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We'll be beginning now. Please take your seats. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed the break. I'd now like to announce our first official panel for the conference. This will be moderated by Ms. Kusama Nasution and Ms. Kamari Ostananda, and we will have 4 speakers for the panel entitled People and Nature, the Cultural and Historical View. I would ask Dr. Rasmi Shukungdes to take the stage, as well as Mr. Jayo Langub, Dr. Sri Ratna Saktimulia, and Mr. Shak Koyak.
Okay, she has to sit. So we will sit there. It's okay. I'll sit here.
You can control my time.
Okay.
You can say
I would like now to introduce our 2 moderators for this panel. First, Ms. Kusama Nasution is the Vice Chairperson of the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance and the former President of Penang Heritage Trust in Georgetown, Penang. Ms. Salma is the co-founder of the Asia Heritage Network and co-founder and commissioning editor of Areka Books. Ms. Salma has now worked as an activist, writer, and publisher on cultural and environmental issues for nearly 30 years. Our second moderator is Ms. Kamari Ostananda, a Bangkok native. Ms. Kamari is a youth representative of the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance, and she focuses on psychological and intersectional approaches to analyzing post-colonial development. Ms. Kamari is a humanitarian activist and has been featured for her advocacy on menstrual equity and has served as a panelist at regional conferences sponsored by UNFPA, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the World Bank. Please join me in welcoming our 2 moderators as they introduce our speakers.
Good morning. As we have heard from a very path-breaking speech by Dr. Chai Wat, he says, I breathe, therefore I am. So I would like to ask all of you to breathe, breathe. We breathe, therefore we are, and we are, therefore we must take climate action. So this morning we have 4 speakers whom my co-moderator will introduce. I would just like to say that it's very important today that we have cultural thinkers, activists, people from heritage and history, together with environmentalists. And the environmentalists were asking me, what are we doing here? I said, we have been in silos for too long, and we have to start this dialogue between culture and people in environment and ecology and scientists, because it is we who have to take action, and it is not an abstract action. It is action that is embedded in our cultural heritage. And this morning, we have speakers who are going to talk about prehistory, indigenous people, and how it was, how we have to imagine where we came from to understand where we're going to. Kamori?
So I will now proceed to introducing the speakers we have today. We have Dr. Rasmi Shusongde, a professor of archaeology from Silpakorn University, Thailand. She'll be talking about interactions between prehistoric human and environments in highland Bang Mapa, northwest Thailand. We also have here Mr. Jayo Langap, an associate research fellow at the Institute of Borneo Studies, Malaysia. He will be talking about water and livelihood. Next, we have Dr. Sri Ratna Saktimulia. She is a lecturer in Javanese literature at Universitas Gajah Mada, Indonesia. She will be talking about humans and nature, historical and cultural views, a case study in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. We also have Mr. Chak Koyok, who is a Tamil artist from Malaysia. He will be talking about indigenous art and culture as a medium to fight against the biodiversity crisis.
Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank you, the CICHA and also Siam Society, for inviting me to participate in this inspiring, conference. My presentation today will be, let's see, let's make it back. How come that it's not show up? Okay. Oops. Let me try to make it full screen. My talk today will be how the prehistoric people interact with their environment from over 30,000 years ago to 1,000 years ago. So Ajahn Chaiwat talking about the present and the situation in the present, but I will take you back in the time machine to the past and how, what happened. And the past can help us to understand the present situation. So I will shrink the time 35,000 years ago within 15 or 20 minutes, and I hope that I can make it. And the talk will based on my research in Highland, Bamapa, northwestern Thailand. Okay, so I will have 4 main points that I will talk. I will start with the conceptual framework that what I use to analyze the archaeological data, and then I will present the archaeological evidence and paleo environment, because we talk about the human and environment and the analysis. So we see the dynamic of the change through time from the archaeological record, and finally we will have the discussion and conclusion. Okay, so first of all, I know that a lot of you are not archaeologists, so my work is I ask a very simple question. I look at the environmental change from the late Pleistocene. This is the geological time period, which is 30,000 years ago. Or you can, or it's named as a late ice age, So we look at the time from that time to the present, and also look at the human migration, because when we speak the different languages in South Asia, also we have the different look where we come from, and so I want to understand that and finally look at the culture change, how it changed in terms of technology, belief system, social organization, something like that. So just give you a broader picture. I go very quick so you understand the broader picture. We look at the history of the global climate change and also the sea level change. That in the past, the Gulf of Thailand was the land bridge. We call Sundaland, and we see the archaeologists and paleoanthropologists document the human migration during that time. So in terms of human evolution and migration, we know that people out of Africa, over a million years ago, we have evidence from Indonesia and also China. So where is Thailand? The part of Thailand in terms of human evolution. And then the second big wave is perhaps during we are Homo sapien. Again, there's a lot of debate whether people move out of Africa and replace the early modern human Homo erectus or not, or there are some continuity of the people from Homo erectus and continue to be our species. Another big debate within archaeology is the population movement during the 4,000 years ago, which is the expansion of the farmer from the north, mainly China, to Southeast Asia, with the languages family like Austroasiatic, Thai Gadai, and Austronesian, which is, most of us speak also Austronesian languages. And this is something that we explore in this, archaeological record. The paleoanthropologists use the dental wear to really analyze that, the population. So by looking at the incisor and also the molar, so this is something that can, help us to understand whether, this group of the people, the ancient people or the modern, people who moved later on. And finally, the culture change during the time of the Ice Age to the Holocene, which is warmer when the sea level rise. I think that a lot of places in the world, we start to see the evidence of agriculture. So the question is, we also looking at that, do we have the similar transition in our region or not in Southeast Asia? And that 60 years ago, the American archaeologist Chester Gorman, who also excavated the site in Bangkok, and he found the evidence of white rice and also a lot of plant remains. So he suggests that, in Thailand at that time, perhaps it's the center of the, agriculture. Okay, so we will go and look at this kind of evidence. So when we look at the conceptual framework in terms of interaction between human and environment, which is I use this term, to just try to understand that how people change or adapt to their surrounding environment. But within the anthropology, among the anthropology and archaeology community, we also have a debate that whether the interaction that we see is based on not the adaptation, it's natural, determination or social. And the evidence that I will show you will show that it supports both. We'll see the interaction between human and environment. We see both natural determinism and also social determinism. Okay? So this framework will be the line that I will do my analysis. Okay? Before we really go into the detail of the archaeological record, I just want to show you the cultural chronology. Like historian, we always have to start with the time frame. So the time in Bangkok here, we start from the 35,000 years ago, and then you see the evidence of the early human on the left, and also the technology, early technology, which is a stone tool, stone tool that we found throughout our Southeast Asian region. And then during the 10,000 years ago, we also found the evidence of the early, the human at the site in Bangkok. And also a stone tool, very similar culture. The culture itself, it's still kind of like remain the same. But what happened is we see in Bangkok, during 2,000 and 1,000 years ago, we start to see the new culture and a lot of evidence of human remain with the log coffin. In Myanmar, we found the evidence of the log coffin. In central Vietnam, we found the log coffin. In Malaysia, in Borneo, we also found the log coffin. But the time frame is completely different, but we also saw the new technologies like iron. And also, we saw the evidence of the early historical period also in this area. And later in the present, we found like various ethnic groups, at least 7 ethnic groups in Highland, Bangkok. So ethnic diversity is really great in this area as well. Okay, just to give you a timeline that what we're talking about is I call it Pleistocene. Basically, it's Upper Paleolithic, like in the West, we call Upper Paleolithic, or the society is like hunting-gathering society. And early Holocene, I just gonna go really quick because when I do the analysis, I will not putting this time frame. And the early Holocene is the time that when the sea level, rise, and we call Mesolithic. In Vietnam, we call this culture is hominian culture. And still hunting-gathering society, no agriculture practice that we document in this, the whole region in Southeast Asia as well. And during the mid-Holocene, in the whole region, we call Neolithic and it's agriculture society. Late Holocene is basically the very complex kind of like, societies start to emerge in this time, and the agriculture society and people using the Metal Age. And this time, it's the time that we start to see the connection between the global connection within Southeast Asia. From Mediterranean, from India, China, Vietnam, you see a lot of interaction throughout our region. So this is the broad picture, but I will use the site, 3 sites that I excavate as a key site for interpretation. And here, just want to show you the present environment which is really highly diverse physical environment. And the forest is, really different kind of forest. And a lot of cave, which is in Borneo, in a lot of country in our region, we share very similar environment. But my question is, like, we know that in the south, in Malaysia, in Indonesia, Philippines, we see the change through the landmass, the Sundaland, and the sea level fluctuate, during this time. But I wonder that what happened in the inland, how people really adapt in this area. So this will use as a comparative study for when I interpret the environment. So the key site that I would use is from the Tamlot rock shelter here on the left. This is the oldest site that we found human remain. 35,000 is from here. And the bottom right, we document the site that it's kind of like 1,000, 10,000 years ago. We see the continuity of the later period as well. And the last one, the Long Rat, was the last one, the late, prehistoric site with the log coffin. Okay, so this is the kind of the archaeological site that you see that how human inhabited to the environment. Okay, let's look at the first one, the human migration. So the first one, this human migration, the evidence from the excavation from 3 sites, it shows that the late Pleistocene, we have one lady. The date is 13,000 years ago. It's modern Homo sapien. This is the facial approximation that my colleague from University of Wollongong that tried to reconstruct the face, and she looked like our people in our region. And in early Holocene, which is we also found the evidence of flex burial, which is the early kind of burial ritual found throughout Southeast Asia, like in Vietnam. You also found this kind of practice. We found the male that dating to 9,800, and the late Holocene, the skeleton remain is we don't get the whole skeleton remain because it's secondary, and also it's a lot of looting there. So we got the fragment like this. So basically, I try to squeeze the blood out of the bone here. So here I will show you the story. Let's look at the result of the analysis. We see the dental pattern also from the incisor. We got a bone. I cannot do the analysis for the early population. It's very difficult and impossible because we just found only one and one. And the bone, when we took out from the sediment, is very fragile. So we have a lot of sample from the late site that we can identify. And the physical anthropologists who work in our team, conclude that the sample from our site in the log coffin, I call it the log coffin culture because it's made out of the chunk of teeth. And we found throughout Bangmapa. So they call it likely to fall to Sundaradon. What does it mean? It means that, okay.
5 more minutes.
Oh, 5 more minutes. Oh my God. All right, I have to go very quick. So it's South Asian. And then the DNA that we got from the log coffin, unfortunately, we couldn't have the DNA for the early site. The DNA, that we can identify the individual from Long Long Rak, it could be with the, associated with the Dai Amis and the Dai speaker, which is also the evidence of the Austro-Asiatic speaker. So this is what we have. And also, I work with the Chinese scientists from Yunnan. We have the evidence that suggests that maybe some population from China. Okay, this here is something that what happened in the culture itself. The early, evidence for the culture itself is lithic. People basically use the natural resources. They don't modify any environment. But later on, during the late Iron Age or the late Pleistocene at the Long Long Rak, you see the evidence of the teak, teak tree that people use for making the coffin, lacquerware, weaving to make of teak, and also textile. So you see the sudden change here. And also, we see that people start to manipulate nature. So you start to see the evidence of pig and also chicken and dog here. Anyway, look at the environment from the late Pleistocene. You see the species diversity, and especially the Himalayan coral. It's implied that the weather during 35,000 years ago is cold and dry. And then, later on, you see more moisture, humid, and you see all the primate. And in the late Pleistocene, you see the less species diversity is more specialized kind of animal preference. So, okay. Conclusion. Environmental change. From the evidence of the fauna and sediment, we know that the weather dry and also mixed with humid. Okay, because of a lot of species that that they live in the grassland area. During the early and middle Holocene, in the south you see the sea level change, rise. In highland, you get the weather, wet and warm, humid. And also the late Pleistocene is very wet and dry because based on the tree ring from the log coffin. Okay, so population migration, we know that we have the early population of Homo sapiens live in this area, look very similar to Southeast Asia. But later on, new migrants moved from the north, mixed with the older, the older population from the early period. And the change that we see is, from highly mobile group of the family, live in the rock coffin, no, I'm sorry, I go too fast, so I have to read. Cave and rock shelter and exploit the local resources in the narrow range. And also, you see that there's no agriculture economy. And technology is very simple. Belief system is animism, simple death ritual. But in the later, when we see the movement of the new people, you see the evidence of the kin-based group of tribal society of the log coffin. You start to see the craft specialists, mixed economy, you know, and we have the evidence from the isotope analysis that people eat rice, you know, and we start to see the regional kind of like exchange network of the glass beads, you know, iron tool, something like that. And people weave, and the wood technology, woodworking technology is very highly sophisticated, and people start to settle down perhaps in the lowland and have a village. They modify the landscape. So the mortuary practice is very, very complex, and they select the whole landscape, the whole kind of like symbolic landscape for the mortuary ritual. So it's mainly cultural determination that we see here, okay? So the contribution here, I think that you can read here, and I hope that, you know, what you see, even very quick, very, you know, short period of time, but I hope that you can get some sense that we see the change, you know, in the past, and I hope that this kind of information can help us to understand the present in this kind of issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rasmi. I'm just struck by the symbolism of the log coffin, because as if, you know, wood can protect us in death, or our loved ones, you know, in death. I'd like to call on Dr. Jill Mangup to present on water and livelihood.
Where?
Yeah, yes. You can come here with your presentation. And in the meantime, I would like to explain how we're going to do the question and answer. We'll collect, just keep the question in your head, and we'll do the question and answer after all the 4 speakers have presented, because, you know, we are very strict on time. And then you'll have a chance to raise your hands, and we'll take a few questions at a time to be answered by each speaker. So I'll call for questions on the first speaker, and then the second speaker, the third speaker, the fourth speaker, in sequence. So if you have questions for the first speaker, please be ready after all the speakers have presented. Okay. Oh, how do you start? You just forward here.
Okay. No. Okay. First of all, I just want to thank the society for organizing this conference and inviting me to share just a little bit of what I have. I'm going to talk about water and livelihood, and it's going to be contemporary problems. I hope that the slides that I'll present here will give you some idea. What I'm going to talk about is the role and importance of water to 2 groups of people in Borneo. One is the Penan hunter-gatherers. They are more or less settled, but they still rely on the forest for most of their resources, for most of their needs, food and other livelihood. And the other group that I want to talk about is wet rice cultivators, also both use water as are important in their way of life. Okay, where do I go with this? Okay. These 2 groups are in Borneo, and Borneo is divided into 4 political groups. Kalimantan in the south, the bigger part of it is in Kalimantan, and On the northern are the two Malaysian states of Sabah and Sarawak, and between the two are the, just now you saw a very nice photo of how well the forest is kept in Brunei Darussalam. That's the small area between Sabah and Sarawak. The Penan are I'm going to talk about 19 groups of Penan between two very important national parks in Sarawak, the Gunung Mulu National Park, which is a World Heritage, and on the other side is Golong Tau National Park, which is just close to on the eastern, near the border with Kalimantan on the east. And the other group, the Lun Bawang, wet rice cultivators are on the north. With North Kalimantan on the east, and on the north is the Sabah. Okay. The Penans are hunter-gatherers. Traditionally, they are hunter-gatherers, and the food, the staple food is sago, while sago is supplemented by games, fish, and fruits, wild fruit, and jungle vegetables. In the past, the non-forest product was collected like sandalwoods and various types of rubber, and rattan, which they convert into handicraft for sale as well as for domestic use. What is important here is the way they manage sustainable management of resources. They have two words. I think these are two key words that I want to talk about. One is called mihau. Mihau means to protect, preserve, or care for resources in the forest, including food resources and others essential for livelihood. Mihau is a fundamentally ethical principle that not only instruct the Penan to take only what they need from the forest, but respect nature, or if you like, creation. It is an ethically a powerful principle shared by all Penan who consider themselves as one feeling, one heart. So if you are Penan, you have to, these are the sustainable way of relating to the forest resources, including rivers. The other words that they used is molong. Molong means they molong resources, which means they preserve it or they foster it for the future. While Mihau guides the way Penan conduct their activities sustainably in the forest, Molong is a system of preserving and fostering resources in the forest, or if you like, Molong is a system of sustainable management of all the resources in the area. Rivers are very, very important to them. Rivers provide them an identity. The settlements are located at confluence of rivers, and it becomes an identity for that particular rivers. And also, if you are born in that area, it confers rights to the place as well as resources therein, provided that you manage resources according to Mihau and Molong system. Rivers are also a source of food, fish, and it's also very important for Penang when it comes to processing their staple food, sago. You can't process sago if the river is polluted. And you see here, behind there, you see the river is quite clean. So you only process sago in clean water. What is the problem now is that logging companies and oil palm big industries are going into areas occupied by these hunter-gatherers. And what happened is that as they log, they create problems, soil erosion and water pollution. You can't process your sago if the water is polluted. So what happened is, how do they respond? They blockade. They erected this blockade to the Penang is an invitation to the company or the government to come to the negotiating table and tell them that you have to respect nature or whatever it is. Yeah. Okay. The other groups, the Lun Bawang people, these are wet paddy cultivators. The Lun Bawang or the Lun Daya, they call themselves in Kalimantan. They are wet paddy cultivators, and what you see here, there are two slides here. Blocks of rice fields are carved out in on the deep alluvial forest of the flood plain, and then they use the water stream from the mountain. As you look from all those mountains there, provided all the stream that irrigates the paddy field. And this water stream bring nutrition to the rice plant, and it has you need fresh water for quality rice, and there are different varieties of rice up in the highland, and one of the one widely known is called the Adan rice, which is that needs fresh water from the mountain. Bamboo are used as conduit. Everything is arguably organic, but nowadays because of introduction of chemical from the outside world, some of it has gone up there, but they try to keep the system organic. And after harvest, they will release the buffalo into the rice field to eat the straw and work the soil for the next planting season. And when there is planting season, when there is planting, then the buffalo are taken into the grazing ground. And by that time, the grass in the grazing ground has grown up. So there is a symbiotic, symbiotic relationship with buffalo and the paddy field. Bamboos are very important also because they are planted along the river bank to keep the river bank intact. Also, it enhances the beauty of the landscape. The problem also is logging and oil palm. They go up into the interior, and well, how do they respond? These guys go up and all the streams that flows into the paddy field, they go and put up all those signboard there. Don't log this area because it's important. It's not only important for the farming, it's also important for the forest, for the health of the forest, and for whatever it is. So, in conclusion, I think the word mihau and mulong are very, very important because they are the one that guides people how to use the resources in the forest. And for the Lun Bawang, it's ngasa and ngasu, which is to adopt, to take care of or to adopt. And I think in the translation of the Bible in Panan, mihau is used to describe when God put Adam in the Garden of Eden to mihau the garden, to take care of the garden, to take care of it. So I think I'll leave it there. I think what is important here is the two words that they have, mihau, mulong, or ngasa, ngasu. These are words that guides the community up in the interior of Borneo to relate to the environment. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I think ahead of time, I think. Okay, very good. Yeah, I think the idea of adopting the river and asserting the local rights, the indigenous rights, to say that we are taking care of the river, and that prevents a kind of disaster, or it preempts, someone else claiming right over the rivers. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Sri Ratna Sakti Mulya, Dr. Sakti, to present on humans and nature, historical and cultural views, a case study in Yogyakarta.
All right, okay. Did somebody?
Sawadika. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this conference. My name is Sri Ratna Sakti Mulya. Sakti from Japanese Literature, Faculty of Cultural Sciences, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Today, I will be presenting my paper entitled Humans and Nature. Humans and Nature, a cultural historical perspective, a case study in Yogyakarta, Indonesia. Humans and nature are interrelated. Humans' care and concern for nature affect the lives of the Earth inhabitants. The questions that I will be addressing in my presentation are, first, what are humans' efforts to create harmony with nature, especially in the special region of Yogyakarta, Indonesia, a region with high potential for disaster such as earthquakes, volcanic eruption, and tsunami. Second, what cultural value can nurture our mental readiness to face natural disaster and further the climate change. Here is the map of Yogyakarta. This region is located in Java Island, Indonesia. We can see Mount Merapi to the north and Indian Ocean to the south, or we usually call it the Southern Sea. These are the volcano and the sea we will be discussing. about Yogyakarta. The special region of Yogyakarta is led by a king and a duke, namely Sultan Hamengkubuwono X and Adipati Paku Alam X, that also act as the governor and a deputy governor respectively. They are both the descendants of Panembahan Senopati, the first king of Islamic Mataram Kingdom, whose reign was inherited through generation. The value system of Yogyakarta is built from the traditional wisdom passed down from the time of Panembahan Senopati, reigning from 1757 until 1801. There are numerous manuscripts stored in Yogyakarta, one of which is Babad Matawis. It is one of Puro Pakualaman's library collection. The manuscript of Babad Matawis, written in 1815 and rewritten in 1830, depicts in the effort of Panembahan Senopati to create harmony with nature and God, and in turn gain wealth for his kingdom and prosperity for his people. This account is believed to be the initiative behind the Labuan tradition practiced in the Southern Sea and Mount Merapi. Besides believing in God, the local people also believe in the existence of mythical rules and of both places. The rules of the Southern Sea is Kanjeng Ratu Kidul, which means the Queen of Southern Sea. Meanwhile, the mythical rules and garden of Mount Merapi are Eyang Romo, Kiai Sapu Jagat, Kiai Petro, Kiai Krincing Wesi, and Nyai Gadung Melati. Here is an example of Babad Matawis page which contains text and illumination. Illumination is a picture that gives enlightenment about the content of a manuscript. This picture is one of 14 illumination in Babad Matawis manuscript provided by Puro Pakualaman Library. It portrays the story of Panembahan Senopati from prior to becoming a king until he gained glory as the first king of Islamic Mataram. Here's the interpretation based on the text and context, as well as intertextuality with other manuscripts of the same era. Panembahan Senopati was once a peasant but made his way as the king of kings. His accomplishments are narrated in the text and summarized in this picture. Image of bricks surrounding the text represent the opening of the Mataram lands, which was followed by building a brick fence around the palace area. Images of banners, flags, and war equipment placed in each column corner of the background represent the effort of Panembahan Senopati and his troops to expand their territory through battles. The picture of Candlestone in the main column represents the intervention of Kanjeng Ratu Kidul to help achieve Panembahan Senopati's goals. The picture at the top of each main column is called Luhuring Panguningan. It represents the most profound knowledge received by Panembahan Senopati from his advisors. Lastly, there is an image of spirit wings encompassing a Candlestone and Luhuring Panguningan. It symbolizes Panembahan Senopati's success in improving the region and enhancing his people's prosperity as the result of hard work and unity of the people with their leaders, and particularly because of God's permission. This is another page of Babad Matawis manuscript. This illumination symbolizes the meeting of Panembahan Senopati and Kanjeng Ratu Kidul. His humility to come closer to God, has guided Panembahan Senopati journey to meet Kanjeng Ratu Kidul at the Southern Sea Palace. The Queen promised to help him and his descendants when needed. Kanjeng Ratu Kidul's help and contribution in protecting the land of Mataram expresses her devotion to the noble Panembahan Senopati. This relationship is symbolized through the image of sand, grass, and pandanus, coral rock, water, and wave, as representation of the southern coast, along with the gate of the southern palace. The symbol of love between Panembahan Senopati and Kanjeng Ratu Kidul as depicted by the drawing of pies, that is special pattern of make-up for Japanese bride. In several ancient manuscripts, many stories regarding Kanjeng Ratu Kidul are found. These stories usually end with a statement that they should not be debated. To believe or not is all up to you. Yeah. Now we will talk about some natural disaster in Yogyakarta. On 27th of December 1822, a volcanic earthquake hit Yogyakarta. At the time, Mount Merapi emitted lava and spewed rocks. As the result, Dutch building and plantation on the slopes get destroyed. In Babak Ngayogyakarta, this volcanic eruption is interpreted as God's help to peoples pleading for justice and liberation from oppressive and greedy leaders. Then, on 10th of June 1867, a terrible earthquake hit Yogyakarta. The ground swayed, sewage heightened, and Mount Merapi roared. In Babat Pakualaman, this phenomenon is interpreted as the result of humans' negligence for worship God. I will show you a footage of Mount Merapi volcanic eruption in 2010.
Wow.
Uy.
Wow.
Why? I'm sorry. Sorry.
It's very scary. I don't think we have time to put the audio.
Can you imagine? We're so lucky in Malaysia and Thailand we don't have.
But it's affect us anyway.
Yes, I remember the tsunami killed many people in Phuket.
It's all free. Audio? The dance.
Yeah.
Audio
The ash. Volcanic ash.
Sorry.
Okay. Audio of the camera. Need help. It's your destiny.
It's my destiny. Let's check it out.
Okay. It's gonna get more complicated. Every conference she'll be people ask you for help. The time it's like really bullshit.
Yes.
So I think do you have any high-tech stuff?
No.
You can describe what happened.
Yeah, I'm interested in your business because I read Noah Harari.
Oh, yeah.
Noah the story of the brief history of the humankind.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Put mic in there.
Audio output to HDMI. It's just the sound of ini kalau tak ada karena kita discussion barangkali discussion.
The problem is we didn't audio right now.
I think that the moderator or the people who organize it should answer
They didn't mention it.
Do we even have, YouTube or something like that, or video?
Yeah.
I thought that 30 minutes, and then when I calculate the time, it's probably 15. So when I came, because it's 1 hour for all this, so when I came, they said, 20. But then there's introduction, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
And the time that's followed. Then you can see
again.
Okay. Is the mic on?
Welas asih, Maha Suci, Mulya Wicaksana. Bumi langit sedayani estu kagunganipun. Kawula sadurunge anjagi mugi restantuna. Gusti, kula nyuwun Seh Wiloso Paduka saged kula nampi dawuhing Gusti Hamemayu Bawana. Okay. We have got a footage of how magnificent the Merapi eruption 2010 and that expresses people's submission of God. No, let's move on to the cultural wisdom. Yogyakarta's location that is prone to natural disaster requires mitigation, both physical and cultural wisdom. One of the cultural values is Hamemayu Hayuning Bawana Kapurba Dening Manungsa, meaning to create safety and beauty in the world starting from humans. Based on this value, the Japanese people build a relationship with nature, the universe, and all its power are the big universe macrocosm, while humans are the little universes or microcosm. For humans and nature to be safe and peaceful, humans must have self-control, greed must be defeated. Humans can never subdue the might of nature that provides them sustenance. Here is diagram showing the physical mitigation conducted in Yogyakarta. It consists of 4 stages, namely prevention, preparedness, emergency responses, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. Meanwhile, here is mitigation with attitude management. This diagram is based on Panembahan Senopati's teaching of attitude management to his descendants, which contains remembering oneself as God's creation, endeavoring, being alert, being strong, being patient, believing in God's love, being grateful, and thinking positively. The cultural value is embedded in a local tradition called Labuan, which means to drive away. The ceremony is performed as a symbol of human's gratitude towards God, nature, and the universe.
5 minutes.
Video. Next. In the video, we can see the following equipment. The left picture shows certain clothes believed to be Kanjeng Ratu Kidul's favorites, royal almirah and golden color as a symbol of glory, strands of hair and clipped nails of the king along with his clothes. Everything was given sincerely and wholeheartedly. On the right picture, we can see many kinds of vegetables and fruits like long beans, carrot, chili, eggplants, sweet potatoes, cassava, shells, corns, yams, oranges, and so on, piled together in a mound shape. They will be distributed to the mass. And picture C, rice is also piled like a mountain and will be shared up to the mass. Then in picture D, royal guards are marching with special song alongside the crowd from a royal cottage of Pakualam to the Glagah beach, approximately 5 kilometers or 1 hour away. Then, conclusion. Through the manuscript, various natural disasters, their causes and their mitigation can be observed. As interpreted in Babat Ngayogyakarta and Babat Pakualaman, these natural disasters are caused by humans' negligence of God, arbitrariness, and greed. The observation of Babat Matawis shows that authors of ancient manuscripts and local governments of Yogyakarta use cultural approach to preserve and maintain the harmony between human and others, nature, and God. The value system of Hamamayu Hayuning Bawono, Kapurbo Dening Manungso, creating the safety and beauty of the world starting with humans, is expected to shape people's responsibility and adaptiveness. People awareness to protect the environment can be natural thought attitudes. Remember oneself as the creature of God, must endeavor, be alert, be strong, be patient, believe in God, love, be grateful always, and think positively. That lead to peace, both in heart and earth. If practiced sustainably, the value will also increase people's awareness of the current climate change situation and guide their attitude to tackle the climate change problem, starting from the simplest thing around them. To close this presentation, I will quote again this Japanese saying, Hamamayu hayuning bawono, kapurbo tining manungso. To create safety and beauty in the world, starting from humans. ขอบคุณค่ะ Thank you มาเติมเรือน
Dr. Sakti, what an incredible performance. And you managed to finish in time, in spite of the technical glitch. So I'd like to call on Shak Koyo. He's an artist from Malaysia, an artist from the Temuan people. And he will talk about indigenous art and culture as a medium to fight against the biodiversity crisis.
The second one, yeah, second, yeah. Greetings everyone, Kapung Krab. Thank you, Siam Society and Cha for having me here and together with many of us today. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owner of this land, the land that we stand and sit today, and say thank you so much for giving us space and try the best I can to use this space respectively. Thank you.
At the beginning, right? And also the video.
So, as we all know, the indigenous people and local community have been recognized in globally as a steward of the forest, and we've been doing that for many generations. But everybody can read this. The indigenous people and local communities, or IPLC, been steward the land of 1,000 of years. The active engagement in preventing and reversing forest and peatland degradation is essential. The report on state of indigenous people, land and local communities, land and territories confirmed that IPLCs are vital custodians of the world remaining natural landscapes. About 91% of IPLC lands globally are in good or moderate ecological condition. IPLC are steward of some of the most important peatland store and carbon globally. The reason I keep mentioning about peatland because this is where my people come from. We live in a peatland area. The indigenous people, culture and traditional knowledge is linked together with the land that we live on, and this is in the case in my area near Kuala Langat, this district in Selangor State, that we have quite a good area where indigenous people live. Still have a peatland area that still grown with a peatland forest and peat forest. So, but the problem is we're dealing with many of challenges, especially in terms of living, the indigenous people way of living, and especially many of indigenous people in Malaysia, we are the poorest, the most vulnerable people in Malaysia, and our health are quite poor and education level is quite poor as well, and that's give a really have a bad challenge to the community who try to maintain our identity, and because we all know the livelihood and the food come first, and the rest of it is come later. So we in Selangor we try best we can to maintain our identity and culture, and at the same time try to protect the forest, the way where our culture come from. So our ancient culture view nature as a part of an extended ecological family that shares our ancestry and origins, and many of our stories from my grandmother always passed down, always talking about the swamp area content a spirit that we need to respect, and many other story that's related to that, and then we name certain places based on the spirit of certain being that in that area, because we believe any living species, any living things in earth have a spirit. Without spirit, the living thing is dead. So that's why we believe in animism. And so, and the blue shirts guys there is my father's. He's a master weaver, and he is a very good fish trapping makers in my village. So I get really emotional because talking about his the way he understand about the nature and the people is very sometimes it's different from what I'm brought up, because I do grow up in a very traditional life, but since I've been educated, and when I recalling the stories, he will say something that nature's come first before us, and that's really make me what I do today now. And here you go, after all the inspiration I get from my village, my backgrounds. So the challenges, this is part of the challenges that many indigenous people in Malaysia, especially in peninsular area, where we dealing with modernization, and when many of the development projects encroaching to indigenous traditional land. And one of the big major issue in Kelangberry, near the Kuala Lumpur area, is highway buildings. Highway building is become a virus. It's never, we cannot stop it. It keep growing. It's like, of course, I cannot blame them, because the more car we build, the more highway we build. The more highway we build, the more car we build. So it's a vicious infinity circle, I think, and that kind of give you some perspective how we're gonna address the issue. And sometimes people say, well, we need to have a road to go to the work, and at the same time we need a car to go to the work, and then that doesn't end, does it? So, and also, and deal with so many issues like dam development near the indigenous area. That's also will tackle a lot of issues like of course the dam so-called, he want to create some generate electricity from the dam, and at the same time the water from the dam can use for the majority population. But the first thing they need to tackle is the land that they want to build the dam is the way the indigenous people live. So it's so unfair to minority people who live in the area to make a way for these projects, and that's really give really hard time for indigenous people who live in the area that's been flooded, and then they have to move from traditional area from their traditional land. That creates so much effect to their culture, and also effect to their lifestyle and health, and so on. And But in this case, we managed to stop the Talom Dam development. So I dedicate this painting about the Talom Dam issues. And from and as an artist myself, I really want to reflect what happened in my village, but at the same time, I want to relive the culture of indigenous people itself. One of the quite well known in my area is weaving culture, where many of community in my village, they are master weaver. So they really used the pandanus plant from the peat plant forest to use for the weaving mat. So I have a very personal story behind this, the idea of why I using weaving mat as a part of my canvas. So when I grew up very traditional lifestyle, living in the hut, and the only mattress that I have is a weaving mat. So my mother weaved this mat for me to sleep on, not just me, but 6 others of my siblings. So we all in one big mat, we just sleeping all together. So if somebody snore, everybody can hear. If somebody fart, everybody can smell. So that story is really I still remember, and then that is the beauty of in living in the traditional Orang Asli life. The Orang Asli is the indigenous people of Malaysia. So you can see in some of the image you see in this painting also include some deforestation issue, include the overdevelopment issue, include the consumerism issue, and that's a theme that play a lot in my work as well. In this work also, I try to highlight one of really prominent activists in my culture. His name is Titi Aban. Titi Aban means grandfather Aban. So Titi Aban is a very good cultural activist that really fight for the land of Timia people in Malaysia. Timia people is the people that live near the forest, right inside the forest, in the heart of Malaysian peninsular forest. So in their land, they deal with so many logging activity in their lands. And so in this work, I try to use the weaving from their village as well as a part of background for my canvas. And at the same time, I try to put his portrait, because I want people to know about his fight, because he's actually 90 years old, but he's still actively, he will go to street and protest. Another of my works, I include many of the elements like the leaf from the tree itself. I put in this installation, and also the tree stump that been cut down by the logging company. I took the tree stump and put it in this installation artwork, and I want the people to have experience how indigenous people live in this time where we witnessing so many of development, so-called development, encroaching to the indigenous traditional land. And that's, of course, many people in Malaysia know that indigenous people in Peninsula, we quite gentle people. We often just seen the scene happen in front of them without protesting sometimes. But our gentle nature doesn't give you license to encourage, violate our human right. I think that's the message in this artwork itself. And one of the big challenges of the many indigenous people that live nearby coastal area of the Malaysia is consumerism. But you don't see it as consumerism because you don't see it. But for community who live near the coastal area that depending their life on the fishing, in Malacca Strait, many of you can see the ship that are always moving using the Malacca Strait quite heavily, and that affect the many of the indigenous people life, because the more the ship coming, the more port they're gonna build. The more port they're gonna build, the more ship they're gonna come. That all the port getting bigger. Then they encroach the many of indigenous traditional land, because these traditional Mamari people are well known in doing this ceremony with the beach, with the sea, where they go doing this ritual in front of the sea to ask permission and ask good health, and then ask for bad luck, and ask for good luck to go to when they go into the sea to find the seafood and to practice their lifestyle and culture. But since the port expanding, so okay, I'm gonna go straight next. Okay, this is the pitland near my area, near my village, and this is the story of the pitland is always continue in my presentation, because the pitland is under threatened by many development projects, and the pitland near Selangor. If study more about pitland store more than carbon than any ecosystem in the world. I think that's the most important thing we need to know, because if we destroy the pitland, we will release this carbon to our atmosphere. That's the last thing you need to do, for our climate change crisis now, and that's why the Selangor state government in Selangor state, they try to destroy the forest to make way for development. They say because they need more development project, but we fight back, and the project, and we fight back with the many community together with us to fight back, and we managed to stop it, and on the left hand, we managed to stop that project happening. So I'm gonna just go through, and you can have a look at my artwork. And one of the problem that we deal also palm oil plantations in peatland area near Selangor. So many of peatland been cut down and been planted with palm oil plantation. So that's give a really bad. It's not a good future for peatland in Malaysia. So my work also include performance arts, and also I will do community art activity together with the young indigenous people throughout Malaysia, in giving some space for indigenous community to express themselves through art, because many of indigenous people it's not like me. Many of us quite gentle. They don't like to speak loudly, and for me, I think I can use the visual as the language for them to speak. So in my art workshop, I'll tell them, you don't have to speak, but you can draw, and you can tell people by your drawing, and that's the way for me to empower them. All right, terima kasih. You can read the rest of the text.
Thank you. Shak also does huge murals on the buildings, right? Yes. And he's shown us like how this, very gentle and people, to them the culture and nature is indivisible. You cannot separate. We cannot be separated from nature. But as we separate ourselves from nature, we become more and more ugly. So instead of caring and sharing, becomes caring, and swearing people, right? So we have become really the most obnoxious people in the way that we disrespect our environment. Okay, so Kamori is going to help me with the question and answer. And first, I would like to take questions for the first speaker, the archaeologist. And please, you just raise your hands. Anyone who, okay. Dr. Rivani, anyone else? I'll just collect all the questions first. Anyone else? Okay, Dr. Rivani? Yes, okay. First, and then after that you.
You can use, yeah.
A mic, is there a mic? For,
All right. Thank you very much. That was a very inspiring and very eye-opening presentation. I just have a quick question. Actually, you ended the periods, right, with Holocene, right? Now, among the geologists and activists, right, they talk about Anthropocene, where humans are actually changing nature. Right? Among the impact is chicken bones. We have more chicken bones in the world right now. Right? So, what's your take on that one? Are we moving from Holocene to Anthropocene, or that's
okay?
That's it?
Okay, thank you. Before you answer, can we take the other question as well? Then you can answer it together. Okay. And anyone else for the first speaker?
Thank you so much. Just a question for Ajahn Rasami. I think you mentioned about you found some evidence that people will start to domesticate, they do the farmings and everything. They try to deal with the environment on how to survive and make a living out of it. But do we find any evidence that they were trying to preserve, or they do anything like we're talking about, like preserving natures? I'm just wondering if that kind of thing was already there back then, thousands of years ago. I'm not sure if we have any evidence. Just
for the first question, I think that we are in the Holocene period, but I think that the Anthropocene that we archaeologists document those kind of, the human that modify environment increasingly when we start the late prehistory. We start to see this, like in my area, people cut teak tree, they select the very big teak tree to make the coffin, and there's a number of caves in my area, which is the Bangpapa is the border between Thailand and Myanmar, and you start to see that, and we found the evidence of heme, for the weaving. The textile itself, so it means that people domesticate heme, replace the wild, plant, and also from the isotope, refer to your question as well. The direct evidence, we don't have it. We don't have the preservation in terms of domestication. We found only the seed and also the wild rice, but the heme and also isotope imply us that people start to grow rice, which is you need to modify the land. And perhaps that we suggest that based on the evidence that it could be the slash and burn, people move around, in particularly in this area. But in northeastern Thailand, they found the rice, the same, at the same time in northeastern Thailand, we found the big site like in Korat, which is, this is the early kind of like, state formation. So the place in the north, it's still, in my area, still remains like really, even though they exploit the nature, but it's not really, strong like we found in northeastern Thailand, because other evidence that imply us about the modify of the natures like pottery and also the metal technology, because we have to cut a lot of tree, cut a lot of tree, and also making the pottery, you also need the energy from the forest. So we think that a lot of plant that in northeastern Thailand has been cut down a lot. So just to make it short, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rasmi. Okay, we will now take questions for the second speaker. Jalango. Any questions? Yes. And anyone else? Okay, please. Yes.
Sabaidi, I am from Laos. Regarding of the resources management, you have used the concept of Mihao and Molong. What is the motivation that you apply these two words as the concept and why? Thank you.
Hello, nama berita. That's a word I think you will understand. Actually, kind of a more personal note in a sense because we live quite relatively close. Baklalan and Brunei is just maybe a few hours away from each other, and I guess for him is, younger generation. How do you try to captivate them to know about these concepts? Because for me, at least, the concept of bioconservation within our own community, I learned it after few years because a lot of things get detached. So I was thinking, what is his strategy in getting younger people like myself and more actually to be captivated by this? Thank you.
Okay, for the first question, Mihao and Molong, it became apparent upon confrontation with the outside world. When logging activities go into the interior, oil palm going in the interior, the only way they fight these newcomers is to use the language. And the language is closely associated with belief system. And the Penang are Christians, and when the Bible was translated into, these words appear there. In the New Testament, Mihao and Molong appear in the parable, in most of the parable it appears there. So I think that's the only weapon they use, the words, and to tell the government, look, be civilized. The word, what is it? The word is God, or whatever it is. So I think we have to go back to basic. I think the same thing with the younger generation are slowly beginning to understand this because of protests from communities and the use of words like this. For instance, when loggers came in trying to cut the forest up in the highland where people are practicing wet paddy, the only way is to put up a signage to say that this river is adopted because it is useful not only for human but for the forest. So how younger people are learning from this now because of the confrontation between the traditional or the traditional world and the new world that's coming into the indigenous way of life.
Thank you. It sounds like the modern world is so violent towards the traditional world.
Yeah, I think the way, I think words are quite powerful. I think so words are being used, and he's using, what is it, image to counter whatever is coming into contact with the original world.
Okay, thank you. Then now we have questions for Dr. Sakti. Yes, Dr. Fakhruddin, and any others? One, two, any others? Okay, two. Okay, two questions. Three questions. Okay. 4. Okay.
For the question and discussion, I will be accompanied by my assistant, Mahardika, to be able to provide clearer answer. Okay? Yeah.
So the mic.
Thank you for the opportunity. Ibu Sri, is there any wisdom on environment in Japanese cultures as well? Can you explain?
I think let's get all the questions.
Can I proceed? Yeah. It was an excellent presentation. I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I have a simple question, I guess. In the Indonesia is moving its center of administration to IKN Nusantara Borneo, right? What was the discourse, was the conversations like in Indonesia, whether they support for that and whether that's linked to environment? I know that President Jokowi has made the argument that that place IKN is not a virgin forest, right? So there's already plantation over there. But what's the conversation right now? Is there a shift to that, a shift away from that, or towards that, right?
I think we just take 2 questions first because it's very complicated, and then we'll take 2 questions later. Okay. 2 questions first, yeah.
Ada kebijaksanaan tentang lingkungan hidup ya. Kami harus peduli ya, kami harus peduli pada lingkungan hidup mulai dari hal-hal yang kecil. Ya, jadi misalnya dengan peduli pada tanaman, tentang bagaimana udara yang bersih dan sebagainya, dan itu semua berawal dari dirinya sendiri, dari kita sendiri. Okay.
About the Japanese wisdom about the environment, the Japanese people are taught to start from the small things and primarily from themselves. So we pay attention to the environment by paying attention to ourselves and little things around us every day.
Pembangunan tentang hutan yang menurut Jokowi ya itu ya seperti itu. Ya, saya pikir karena itu kebutuhan nasional dan nanti akan ada tanaman-tanaman lagi yang akan ditanam, jadi tidak apa-apa karena berpikir jauh ke depan, tetap menanam sesuatu yang dibutuhkan.
Regarding the deforestation for the building of the new capital city, the people see it that there will be compensation for the deforestation. The president is believed to have future plans for reforestation. So that's the people's opinions right now, according to Bu Sakti.
Thank you. So we have 2 more questions. I think that Dr. Nurul and one more person at the back here.
Thank you for the presentation just now. I just wanted to find out significance of the Labuhan Festival because you didn't elaborate because of time, I think. Labuhan Festival, yeah.
Yes, thank you. I was very interested to see you mention that in your Jakarta you had there was historically a system for mitigation and attitude management, because in my field in conservation, attitude management and attitude change are among the most difficult things to achieve. So I am wondering how that is achieved in your Jakarta.
tentang labuhan ya, bahwa orang Jawa percaya sesuatu yang disukai dan itu bermanfaat untuk orang-orang di sekitarnya, seperti tadi ada gunungan yang dari tumbuh-tumbuhan, dari padi dan sebagainya, itu diserahkan untuk masyarakat. Sementara yang baju raja dan sebagainya diserahkan ke laut, karena percaya apa yang disuka diberikan itu sesuatu yang sangat mendukung alam, ya, seperti itu.
Okay, for the Labuhan tradition, because it is an offering, when you offer something, the Japanese people believe that it must be something that is loved by the one you are offering to. So for the people, they get the mountain-shaped fruits and rices. And for the ruler, the mythical ruler of the Southern Sea and the Mount Merapi, they're giving the favorite clothes of the rulers of the Queen of Southern Sea, and there is also clipped nails of the king, and hair. And cut hair of the king. That symbolizes that the king will give himself, his power, his energy to create harmony between the rulers, the human one and the mythical one.
Dan tentang masalah manajemen attitude, memang itu sulit, tetapi ketika kita semua yang di sini berusaha untuk mencoba ini dan mempraktekkan serta memasyarakatkan apa yang kira-kira bermanfaat untuk alam, keselamatan alam, itulah memang sulit, tapi itu memang harus diupayakan mulai dari diri kita untuk semuanya.
Okay, for the attitude management, it is indeed hard to make a discipline among people for the attitude management, but we have to always try hard to make this campaign successful, starting from our surroundings and the people around us. And this is what Dr. Sati has been doing with the Center for Cultural Studies in Universitas Gadjah Mada for the past years. Thank you.
Terima kasih. Okay. So now I'd like to call you to ask questions for the speaker, for Shakoyo. We only have 1 minute left, maybe 2. Okay. Anyone? Yes? Oh, that's 2. Okay. Dr. Fakhruddin. And one more?
Thank you very much. Just curious, with your painting, do you also mainstreaming that painting to Malay culture, make it the dialogues through Upin and Ipin, which is which is not only being watched by the kids from Malaysia, but through all Malay society in Indonesia, Kalimantan, Sumatra, and all that funny things. Yeah. Thank you.
One more question.
From the many paintings that you've done, what have been the responses from the public, from certain the targeted groups that you display your paintings to?
This one, okay. Hello? Okay. Oh yeah, about Upin Ipin, I'm so surprised that the animation got through the archipelago area near the Indonesia. Well, I think that's a really good question, and whatever I think that I can speak to the community, I will develop my work through that, because my work is expanding at the moment, and I'm go beyond than just painting. I'm now exploring into dance and performance and body movement, and something that I can touch anybody heart, because I believe art play a role in changing our mindset and attitude toward environment around us, because we so glued to our phone and Android and smartphone these days, and I want people to realize that the land they stand on, the breeze, the air they came from, they need to know where the air come from. Sometimes people like the beginning of our speaker, our keynote just now, breathe. I think that's really beautiful. I think this kind of thing that we need to remember. That's why, yeah, I try to do that, the same thing. So the second question, I forgot the was. Alright, public responses. Right. Well, I should do a questionnaire, right, with public. Because sometimes, yes, the response quite good recently, because I've been doing that since 2006. So it's been a while when I do my work, because I never want back down or drop my gun. I must always stick to my gun what I'm doing, because in Malaysia, art still not a prioritized in many sectors, and in education, art become your punishment. If you fail, yes, art is punishment. And if you fail your math class or science class, you end up in an art class. I mean, you are one of the naughties in the school. The art class is your punishment. So I end up with many of students are really, not do well on those, typical achievement level. So, but it's changing now. I think it's changing because smartphone, people are glued to the visual, glued to the instant gratification, instant information. Art, we actually play a role on that. Graphic art is a lot now in our smartphone. I think the response is quite good in terms of people appreciate our creative ability in visualize the meaning that we want to voice. And sometimes I think people start to realize how important the visual world is. And I feel like it's not fair to those who have visibility problem. That's why my artwork, I would like to go beyond just visual because I think it's not fair to just focus on the visual.
Okay, thank you. We have about 10 minutes left, and I would like to invite the speakers to have a dialogue, like a panel discussion. And if you feel very passionate, you can grab the mic from each other. But just to talk about how do we move now from all this wisdom that you have shared with us, a lot of wisdom, from different cultures, and how do we move from that cultural wisdom to action? It's about changing attitudes and getting people to value something that they've taken for granted. So, any of you can respond, and how do you have any ideas, any strategies, any inspiration that you would like to share with everyone? Yes.
With something like art, which is, I have a colleague. Also, the work on the cave conservation, and also archaeology. a colleague of mine, she actually her mother is here. We work on I took her into the cave, different kind of cave, like nature cave, which is the second longest of the cave in Southeast Asia, and also archaeological cave, and ask her that how she feel, when she get into, and after she spent a couple weeks there just to really, feel about the topography, like the karstic landscape. And I also, show her the contemporary ethnic group, that how people feel about the cave itself, because they also believe that in the cave, in the, when you get in there, they have a spiritual belief, So she got into that, and then she just recently made the piece of art, like conceptual art, like video, and so it's kind of like, another way to me that I work as an archaeologist, but I also, work with the landscape that is, surrounded me, and it's have some meaningful for the people in the past and also in the present. But how can we really kind of like integrate it together between the past and the present? So art is also, it's kind of like medium that we can maybe, put forward in terms of explaining to contemporary society, and it's cut across boundary of nature, ethnic, and also religion. So I think that his way of working, it's something somehow is really powerful also that, so this is my, thinking. And add a little bit, we have the DNA analysis. This is archaeology. DNA analysis from the Olang Asli from Thailand. And it can really refer back to 40,000 years ago. So at least we know the indigenous people in Thailand now that still exist, the Olang Asli, at least in Thailand. But I don't know about the study in Malaysia.
So it's like, because we always talk about hunter-gatherers and then the agricultural period, but actually even during among the agricultural society, there's still hunter-gathering groups, and they have practiced a way of life which is much older, right? And we have so much to learn from that as well.
Shall I add to that? And yes, a very interesting story about Orasli in Thailand, because I read one of the books about the linguistic lineage between Snoy people in Malaysia with Mon Khmer and linguistic. There's so much similarity between those group, and there's some there's one researcher, Colin Nicholas. He went to the border between police and Thai border, and they have these indigenous people shout the word in their language, the other part, because they know they understand, and they shout, they understand the language. So yeah, so and that's really, I think, really interesting to me, because I'm still have feeling that I feel like a more peaceful to go hunting and gathering myself, even though I'm living in a city. But the only thing that really I want to reduce my stress is go fishing or go jungle, or go collect some vegetable and then bring back to my parents. Those things are always good for my mental health. I think. It's interesting when you're saying about the DNA. I was thinking, I thought that the traditions is losing because the changing of the times. But the urge in myself, feel like I feel more peaceful if I do the lifestyle of hunter gathering, similar to my villagers. many, almost like 50% of my villages are doing agriculture, but at the same time, they're still going to the jungle to practice their lifestyle.
Would you like to contribute?
I don't know what to. The Penan, they also sings about the landscape. They call it Manawai. Manawai is being nostalgic about their relationship with the environment. And I think it is also modern, all the songs. I think songs also can change our attitude, whether it's pop song, traditional song, or song that people in the forest sing about how they Nawai mean how they appreciate, it's the relationship with the mountain, forest, mountain, and rivers. They do sing it. It's expressed in song. They call it Sinoi. Yeah.
Okay. One of the kingly qualities of Panembahan Senopati was that he was a master of meditation. This, I believe, is the starting point of every aspect of the attitude management I had been speaking of. So, to borrow from the keynote speaker early, let us practice to breathe with more awareness of the air that we breathe and how it connects us to the nature.
So on that note, I think we can end the session, and I appeal to all of you to talk about what you have heard today, share it with your friends, and to keep thinking, keep this passion alive about how we are going to deal with climate from the knowledge that we have within, and with every breath that we take, to breathe, because when nature breathes, only when nature breathes can we breathe. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of our panelists and our moderators. I think, as Ajahn Rasmi said, you all exemplify cutting across boundaries from your different experiences and the communities you inhabit, so thank you. Just a few housekeeping items before we go to lunch. For those who wish, there's a prayer room located in the back there. There will be signs. And for our youth participants who might want to do some group preparation work, we prepared the 4th floor inside the Siam Society, which is available for you. And for everyone else, please, we've prepared lunch. We will reconvene at 1:15. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to make a little announcement. We brought some books from Malaysia, and they're on that table from Erika Books. Thank you.
I have to teach, so I go back to my university.
Also, for those who are interested, the Siam Society Library is open. You can find that on the 2nd floor of the main building.
Oh, okay. Yes.
stuck in your box. Yes. Yeah, but
Hello, everyone. We will be starting in 5 minutes, so please take your seats. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. This is a final announcement. We're about to begin shortly. Please come take your seats. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We'll get started in just a moment. Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoyed lunch. All right. Thank you. Before we begin the next panel, just a few announcements. Firstly, Dr. Chaiwat has generously offered to share his presentation slides from this morning with all of you. So if you are registered as attendees or if you are speakers, please know that we will be sending those slides out and distributing them to everyone. Additionally, we would like to ask that all speakers come on Saturday morning at 9:30 so that we can go over some proceedings for the day and some hopes for what we want coming out of the conference and how we can all remain in contact with one another. So please, on Saturday, for all speakers, please come here at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you. I would now like to announce panel 2. This is the first youth panel for the conference program, and I'm very excited to see these speakers here today. First, I'd like to introduce our 2 moderators, Ms. Gretchen Worth and Ms. Fatia Grace Yongsangwon Chai. Ms. Gretchen is an advisor for the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance and director of the Susan Christofferson Center for Community Planning, which supports a more equitable and climate-resilient built environment. Gretchen has worked in North and Southeast Asia for more than 25 years as a founder and CEO of Asia Media Group, and she is an active board member of Restoration Works International, which helps communities around the world to restore, rehabilitate, and reimagine their cultural heritage sites. Ms. Grace is a member of the Youth Committee for the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance and a current senior at the Thai Chinese International School here in Bangkok. In 2021, Grace was a Thai delegate to the UN's Youth for Climate Conference in Milan, where she advocated for youth empowerment in the fight against climate change on the international stage. Please welcome our 2 moderators. I would then like to announce the first group of speakers for this second panel, Ms. Chanrakmi Singh, Mr. Ne Myo Hitet, Ms. Supanit Pangmala, and Ms. Wijaya Amasara. Please join me in welcoming them. And now I will turn it over to our moderators.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We're really thrilled to kick off our youth panel portion of the CICHA Culture Wisdom for Climate Action Conference. And just to say a few words before we introduce our first group of panelists. Since the early days of CICHA, it's been really important that we incorporate youth and a younger generation into the work that we're doing at CICHA. And so we really, from the beginning, have tried to provide opportunities and ways to incorporate the voices, the work of a younger generation throughout ASEAN. So we've been doing that regularly through our monthly Cha Time series. If you have not joined us for a Cha Time, please do. And now this is another important step in bringing youth voices to be heard in how cultural wisdom can impact climate action. Since we have 16 youth speakers who first came together in August in person in Bangkok to talk about the themes of the conference, and then they broke into 4 different groups, and they've been working really hard remotely over the past months to prepare the presentations that you're going to hear today. Before we start, we also would really like to thank the advisors to this group, Kun Nina and Kun Aim, who have worked also very, very hard and really closely with our youth teams to help them shape and direct and articulate their presentations and message at the conference. So with that, I'd like to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves and tell you just briefly a little about themselves, and then Wijaya is going to kick us off. Do you want to start?
Hello, Minglao everyone. I'm so glad to see all of the honorable guests at there's such kind of conference, cultural wisdom for the climate action, the Southeast Asia contribution. I'm Nimutat as a youth representative from the Myanmar and also an architecture students.
Hello, Sabaidi from Laos. My name is Suphanit Pangmala. I'm now an environmental worker and environmental inspector assistant in a hydropower plant company in Lao PR. So glad to meet you today.
Good evening, our honor audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rasmai. I come from Cambodia, and recently I am an architect who are working with consultancy, construction and design and based in capital in Phnom Penh. Thank you and nice to be here today. Thank you.
Right. That's nice. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Widya. I'm a program coordinator from the Indonesian Heritage Trust, and today I was entrusted by my group to present to you the information and the thoughts that we have gathered and condensed together in this panel. Right. And I can start? I can start. Okay. Right. Okay. The slides don't change for some reason. Oh, all right. Okay, right. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are from Group 1 of SICHA Youth Representatives, and today we will bring to you our perspective about ethics, wellness, and empowerment reflected in traditional culture towards sustainable way of living. And we can skip on this one, we already did that. And the outline of our talk will be, first, we will, just like how we introduced ourselves earlier, we will also give you a brief introduction of our regions, our differences, our similarities, and also how our similar climate, which affected our habits, which in turn will develop into our culture. And after that, we will also give a view towards two of our most environmentally damaging industries, that is buildings and textiles. And we will also look at real-life case studies of these two. And after that, in the end, we will have a message, so stay tuned. Right, so sustainable living for the world. Now, all four of us are just like this region, Southeast Asia. We share a lot of differences, but also without doubt, a lot of similarities too. And there are also a lot of examples of Southeast Asia culture that we shared related to sustainability in our daily life. Like for example, just last night, I learned of something that the ancestor of Kunpek from Nailert Park Heritage Home, her ancestor, she created a whole new dish to avoid a delicious broth going to waste. And also, I thought that most of us in our home, we have mortar and pestle in our kitchen, right? Using mortar and pestle instead of food processor, we not only cut back on electricity, but also while we cook, we also move our body and thus make us more healthy. And also in Indonesia, there is a community that utilized invasive water plants called enceng gondok and made them into beautiful handicrafts. So in that one fell swoop, they clean the river from the invasive species, and they also get to give work opportunities and chances for local people to gain skills on handicrafts. And they also get to make creative products to sell and introduce to outside of their communities. So if we notice, some of these long-standing habits are actually beneficial, not just for us, not just to make us more fulfilled or wealthy, but also for our wellness and health, and not just for humans too, but also for the environment, which is the big theme today. So what I described just now was like maybe the environmentally conscious, the idealized version, sustainable way of living that we can potentially achieve as Southeast Asian. But what about the reality? Now, as I mentioned earlier, we will take a deeper look at this through two of the most environmentally damaging industries, and we will start with building. So the reality is now that due to development of urbanization, especially after World War II, there are lots of construction industries and migration towards urban areas has been going on. And at that time, we are still recovering from war, and everyone thought that it was a good perspective that we are developing as a society. But no one predicted the upcoming disaster of something that grows with minimal or even without control. That is declining air quality, climate change, and then uncontrollable population growth, traffic, construction development, noise pollution, that leads to negative effects, especially in the health of humans, the health of our mental, and also the health of the nature. And I so happen to witness a direct result of this just a week ago. So in my hometown, Semarang, we have had quite an extreme weather since New Year. And in a housing complex near my place, just 2 kilometers away from my home, we had a massive flood. We are talking 2.5 meters of flood that reaches the roof, so people have to climb all the way to the roof to stay dry. But the scary thing is, it's not even in the lowlands. It was located quite high on the hills. So I once joked around that if my place, my part of town were to be flooded, then then the city center will probably become part of the Java Sea. So I joke like that, but turns out today it came true that part of town was flooded. So I was really shocked. Why? How? And then I found out that the housing complex, it was built very close to the river bank, where no buildings are supposed to be built. Because there are local wisdom, there are regulations that for a river that is more than 10 meters wide, you're not supposed to build anything on the radius of 30 meters or so. And yet, they got the permit to build on that river bank. Money talked, I guess. But at what cost? The residents now, they pay the cost, both in material and also in their health too. And that is the reality. So at present, the building industry, they emit 40% of annual global CO2 emissions, and half of which are for operations. And also they consume they created 2 billion tons of waste every year. And this is a hard topic to swallow because humans, without exception, we need a roof over our heads, all of us. But how to achieve that without jeopardizing the environment? Now, let's see if our ancestors may have the answer for this. So one of the ways to do it is through something called vernacular architecture. Now, some of us here are not architects, me included actually. So let us give a brief summary of what it is. Now, vernacular architecture is something that is built by people who lived in the community or society to meet their specific needs, be it the local techniques, local materials, climate conditions, and also something to reflect the local tradition. And there are 4 elements for something to be called a vernacular architecture. First is that it has to accurately respond to the climate condition. And then it had to respond to the needs of the community. And then it has to be a cultural reflection of the nature of the community. And then it has to use the local material and techniques. Right, so a vernacular architecture is something that is used by society all around the world. So what makes ours in Southeast Asia different? Well, we have our similarities and also our differences. Now, for instance, since we share the same climate of the tropics, we have high humidity and also quite intense sunlight. So a lot of our homes, we have frame boundary, kind of like gates or fences, but made by the nature, like trees and vegetations that serve not only as kind of like fences, but also to give us shade and to make things more fresh. And our houses also tend to have more raised platform to give better air circulation and to make use of the space below. And all our houses also have lots of verandas and balconies and shaded spaces to relax from the sun and also to gather with the family. So there is a communal function to it. Okay, and now, not less important than the physical similarities, we also have similarities in values. So, as you can see here, our traditional houses, although they only use local materials and maybe natural materials, their lifespan and durability can be compared with modern buildings. Like for example, here in the photo, Hotai Pidok Library, an ancient Buddhism library in Laos, it is said to be around 400 years old, give or take. And also modern construction tend to create a lot of tons, million tons of wastes. The local products, local constructions, they have the property of decay, and they can be turned into natural fertilizer and reused and repurposed once at the time of needs. So think local, bit local, and zero waste. And also, construction of modern house is not just about the physical, but also about the intangible. So, for older people to pass down the techniques, to build the houses together, the community spirit, and all of this relaying from one generation to the other, as you can see in the picture of them building a house together in Lake Myanmar. So it has that kind of intangible spirit to it. And as I mentioned earlier about the part with climate, you can see here traditional houses tend to be built with air circulation in mind to adapt to our climate here. And also, since Southeast Asia we are also vulnerable to several disasters from earthquakes to floods and to volcano eruptions, then our traditional houses also in different places we incorporate different way of survival, either from elevated floors to anticipate flood and that sort of thing. Right. So well, these values can be our ammunition to try and tackle the problems presented at the beginning. But how can we do it? First is by reflecting to what our ancestors did. And an example of this is done by a community called Shan people of Myanmar, which I will show you after this. Okay, so for Shan people, here we can see the process, how they make the house. First is they start with a ritual to ask for permission from the spirit of the land. This is showcasing the intangible culture, and then they also build it together as a community. So it's not a personal project, but a community project with the local neighborhoods, with the local people. It's a community participatory. And then they also use local materials to build their houses. So things that they can find nearby, they use, whether to create or to repair. So they also don't take green gas emission because they don't need to bring the wood or the bamboos from other areas because they use everything around them. Okay, so their culture of value, they respect the nature and they make healthy living, they adapt to their surrounding, and they support their creativity and tangible culture, and they also relay the techniques to the younger generation. And most importantly, they live side by side with the nature. Okay, now let us move to the next most environmentally damaging industry. As we can see here, we have a couple of questions here. First is, how often do you change your clothes in a day? This one is maybe quite easy. But the second one, do you remember where and from whom did you get the clothes you are wearing right now? Now, if you cannot answer the second question, then it is fine, because the way, at the ease and the speed that we get our clothes today, the way the world of fashion works right now makes it indeed very difficult to see where our clothes originally from, to see the hidden cost behind money, the hidden cost of materials, or even human efforts behind of our clothes. So today we can produce clothes at a really fast pace, and consequently the consumers also consume it in a very fast pace. And so we are becoming more obsessed with running around with the newest collection, items that are fast to produce, easy to buy, and yet diminish in value and later turn into waste. And And as you can see here, approximately 100 billion garment industry around the world, they produce 9.2 million tons of textile waste every year. And the fashion industry is also the second biggest consumer of water, and is also responsible for 2 to 8% of global carbon emissions from shipping the clothes or the materials worldwide. And not only that, there's also a social impact on workers of garment industries because of the fast and lots of demands. So the workers, they often work long hours, they receive low wages, and especially if you are marginalized, and you may also face brutal practices like sexual harassment on work and also unsafe working conditions, especially if you are using non-organic material that might be carcinogenic. That is also one of the issues here. Right. Okay, so what are the flip side here? Now, do you know what if the clothes are made slower with more mind towards the local? Now, did you know that local textile, mostly made from natural processes, natural fibers, and maybe flexible or breathable materials, they make wearing them so comfortable that you want to wear it again and again. And not just that, but local textiles also can be used in multiple ways, such as maybe as a shawl, or maybe as a baby carrier, and maybe as a head covering. So it's something that you can just really throw away so easily. And also some of local textiles, especially if they are produced naturally with natural ingredients, they are biodegradable and non-toxic, non-allergenic, so it's safe both for the environment and also for the people who make them. And also they also support local value and local wisdom, because clothes are made by people. People sometimes put their stories into it, either through patterns, either through styles. And clothes is without doubt one of the culture. So by making clothes by ourselves, slowly putting our identity to it, it can support the local value, it can support the local economy, it can support the local people. Okay, now we would like to share with you a personal story of someone, or maybe a group of people, who actually put all these theories to reality. And this is the Zon Pao group, for people living with disabilities from Laos. It is an organization, non-profit, run by a Lao woman with disabilities to support fellow Lao people by empowering them through peer-to-peer to build their confidence and develop handcrafting skills. And one of our friends here, Kola, she's in the one with the white shirt on the left. Yeah, she actually visited the group and shared with us their stories. And before this, I would like to invite us maybe to, if we can maybe rethink or change our mindset regarding disabilities, because after reading about this group, I actually found that they may be called people with disabilities, but reading their stories, listening about their efforts and their fights, I actually think that maybe they are actually mentally able. So as long as they were given the opportunities, as long as they're given the support, they can achieve anything. So what do they do in this group? They produce handicrafts and sell locally as clothes, accessories, souvenirs, and etc. And they live together in the center. And they come from different ethnicities. So each and every one of them, they put their stories into the products they made. And so each have a different pattern, different unique style that they can also introduce the stories of their regions to the people who buy them. And then they also earn their livelihood by planting vegetation for consumption and distribution as well. And they also initiate kind of a sustainable practice to recycle single-use plastics into accessories like bags and balls and dolls like this. Though, despite it all, it is not a smooth sail, so they also face a lot of challenges, and one of the most dire challenges is actually related to climate change. Because due to climate change, the temperature change, and these people here in Zone Pao group, they already have low immune system to begin with, and this kind of temperature change make them get sick more easily. And also on top of that, the healthcare system is not yet inclusive for them. It's quite difficult for them to get therapy or things they need to combat their condition. So what can we do to help them? What do they need for the support? Okay, first, they need the government to help support all handicraft sectors by protecting the copyright for national handicraft product. And second, they need specialists, to contribute ideas, more ideas to expand more on their ideas on single-use plastic recycling. And three, and probably one of the most important, they require free medical health care or at least special offer for them. Right, so our messages in conclusion. So with this, we have maybe a couple messages to say to you. Now first, for fellow young people, just because you can, it doesn't mean you should. For example, maybe if you have the money, if you have the asset to develop or to build a housing complex on an environmentally vulnerable area, doesn't mean you should go around with it. You should go around with it. Because you might not receive where you not be risking anything, but other people and the environment may have to pay the price one day, or even maybe the next generation may have to pay the price one day. So before acting or doing something, it is better to have the mindset on sustainability, right? And next is to disseminate knowledge, any knowledge you have about clothes, about food, about architecture, of traditional things through your peers, either through social media, through local grassroots or enterprises, that sort of thing. And also, this is a message for young architects. Before making a new design, it is better to study what local resources that we can use, what stories that we can tell, and the relation with how to adapt it with the local climate, with culture and the social demands. So think nature and social living. And last is respect to our old ancestors. We young people, we may think that maybe the ideas of our ancestors are behind the times. It is irrelevant to today, which is very different than the past. But we have seen the wisdom of our ancestors, and we have seen their connection with nature. And today, we need that connection with nature more than ever, and their wisdom may help us to re-establish that connection. Right, so a message for everyone else. So we need support for marginalized people through more adequate healthcare and exposure to their plight and support for what they're trying to do. And we also need to push more for maybe training or management for people grassroots who are trying to do the right thing when they are small and have less resources. We can help support them. And then we also need a policy to help encourage traditional constructions, especially one that lives side by side with nature and not destroy it. Okay, sorry. Okay, so now we know that our traditional culture is not only good or sustainable towards nature and the environment, but also for us humans, for our wellness and for our health too, because they reflect ethics, wellness, and empowerment. And to achieve sustainability, we need to support, we need to encourage, we need to raise awareness about all this, and not just for us, but also for people across generation, for public-private enterprises, for the government. We all must work together to create a sustainable way of living. Okay, thank you for listening, and I would also like to thank my wonderful group mates, for Alfred, who made all the graphics and the slides, and Smay for the insight on architecture. We are all newbies here, and Kola for visiting the Zonpao group and shared with us their stories, and also for Sicha and the Science Society for giving us this opportunity, this platform, and for our advisors who took us where we are today, and for everyone who's sitting here, and everyone on Facebook Live or on Zoom. Thank you for listening.
Indeed, that was a wonderful presentation, but we also have to thank you guys, Vidya and the teammates, for giving us such informative information. They've shown us that the built environment currently and the fast fashion has damaging impacts to our environment. And because of the greenhouse gases, the waste it is emitting right now at this moment, they've presented us with solutions in terms of the traditional culture and values that could be used to our advantages. For example, the vernacular culture, the Shan construction, or in terms of the wearing local production values, as well as the people with disabilities that was able to live sustainably. And they've shown us that traditional culture and values does not have to be linked to environment only, but it also has to involve social empowerment, which in this case is the people with disabilities. In the end, we all need all stakeholders' support, the government, the private, and the civil society to collaborate in order for us to bring these solutions, our ancestors' traditional cultures and values and good practices, and for us to bring it to the 21st century in order for us to live sustainably and let the people's lives be reflected with ethics, wellness, and also empowerment. And without further ado, I would like to pass this mic on to Elliot for our second session.
Thank you so much, Grace. Thank you, speakers from Group 1. Thank you, Widya, for that presentation. I would now like to invite Group 2 up to the stage. We'll have our joint Q&A and discussion session for Groups 1 and 2 after the Group 2's presentation. But I'd like to now announce the speakers for Group 2, Mr. Chung Yin Zun, Ms. Teptuangcham Buntideth, and Mr. Paulo Andrusi Hasagawa. Thank you so much, and please make your way to the stage. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. And now I'll hand it back over to our wonderful moderators. Thank you.
So as Elliot mentioned, as we're getting set up here, we're going to combine the questions for Group 1 and Group 2 at the end. So if you have questions for Group 1, hang on to them. And I'm sure you'll have questions for Group 2 after you see their wonderful presentation as well. So over to you, Andy.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to the different delegates from different countries. We are here to talk about a topic under sustainable production, and specifically seaweed production in Southeast Asia. So what's the problem in sustainable production, not just in Southeast Asia, but probably internationally? Every year, about 8 million tons of plastic products make their way into the ocean, and that makes up our plastic pollution into the ocean and from our waterways. These plastics take about 800 years to degrade and turn into microplastics, and this small microplastics then slowly finds its way into the food chain and ends up in our plate. We ingest about 5 kilograms of plastics we eat every week from plastic pollution. Another problem we have is emission from agricultural input. We are polluting our waterways. We are also slowly depleting our waterways, not just by overfishing, but also through the overproduction of our agricultural system. This emphasis on yield has called on an imbalance in the nutrient system of the water column through an overloading of nitrogen and phosphorus. This loading of nutrients in the water column not only causes algae blooms that suffocates life underwater, but also releases nitrous oxide into the atmosphere, which has a carbon dioxide equal of about 250 times. Another problem in sustainable production would be eutrophication. We might think the world's biggest polluters would come from heavy industries and such, but the truth be told that the food that we eat in our plate is responsible to 25% of the world's GHG emissions. So sustainability in production and climate change, we should focus on nature-based solution to mitigate climate change and support ecosystems. With that, let me introduce you to the current situation and the cultural background of seaweed production in the ASEAN region. In the Philippines, what is considered as the most concentrated species of seaweed production will be from Euchuma, species as found on the southern islands of the Philippines, which is the Mindanao and Sulu area, as you can see in the map. Meanwhile, in Thailand, species of Gracilaria and Porphyra are abundant in Thailand, and they are used to extract for animal feed, for food, in extracting agar, and for medicine. On the other hand, Vietnam, history of seaweed production coming back from the 10th to 13th century, which is most commonly used for oriental medicine. And its diversity comes from the south-central Vietnam region. Species like, again, Euchuma and Capapaicus is abundant. Cambodia, on the other hand, again, Euchuma is another commonly used species of seaweed in the area, while Capapaicus seaweed was selected as the main species of cultivation. In Indonesia, Euchuma is considered as the most common, used for food extraction, export of agar, and earliest records of seaweed production can be traced for more than a century. And Myanmar, in the Rakhine and Tanintari coastal regions, include the most diverse species, and we have a couple of species here like Chlorophyta, Phaeophyta, and Rhodophyta species of seaweed. And in Malaysia, in the eastern coast of Sabah, is considered as the most suitable for seaweed production. Fishing communities in aquaculture, including seaweed cultivation in Sabah. Again, Euchuma is considered as the most common of these species. And speaking of this region, we will now be focusing on a community that harvests this type of seaweed production, and that would be the Bajau, Semporna Bajau people. So the Bajau people are indigenous ethnic groups that live in the west coast of the Sabah region and even on the southern coast of the Philippine Islands. They have retained their seaborne lifestyle. They are boat dwellers in the area called the Coral Triangle, which consists of the southern part of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. So the Bajau people are the second largest ethnic group in the Malaysian state of Sabah, and the ocean is everything to the Bajau people. It's their home and playground for their children and the main source of food and income. To give you another insight on its relation to another country, which is Philippines, we have the Bajau Samal people in the Mindanao and Sulu area, and they commonly reside in the areas of southern Mindanao, southern Palawan, and Basilan, Davao, and Zamboanga. So their common means of livelihood would be the typical sea dwellers for fishing, farming, logging, hunting, boat building, pearl diving, mat weaving, pottery. And they use boat houses for dwelling, for a more efficient lifestyle close to their livelihood, which again goes back to our focus on seaweed production. So as you can see here, there are pictures of the Samal Bajau people, and they are regarded as among Sabah's key commodities, and you can see seaweed is being harvested. The calm waters of the sea surrounding the islands of Sabah are among the factors that render this area conducive to seaweed culture, where various species of algae are cultivated and harvested for use in the pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and food industries. So, what innovations and community development should be are made in terms of seaweed production? So this is from grave to source, or rethinking of the flow of material and emphasizing the end of life cycle of the seaweed production, and how to engage stakeholders, understanding their limitations, distributing resources, and the ownership of this type of system or production. So as presented here is a sample of how the cycle of production of seaweed comes from how it is harvested from the raw material, turned into, as you can see in the diagram, fertilizer, then as a farming tool, then tracing its elements back to the sea. So it has this end of life cycle system, and it could be used as seaweed powder for pharmaceutical and cosmetic purposes, or even in this example, bioplastics, then back to carbon, then back to the sea. So it's a functioning in the ecosystem and designing products based on natural function in ecosystem. Here are other examples of how that raw material of seaweed can return back to its natural stage. We have AG inputs as an example here, where triple action, water retention, natural and bioavailable trace elements, and the reduction of nitrous oxide emissions. And products such as biomaterials, which degrades naturally, keeping the single use single, and reducing microplastics from leaching. So what do we expect from our coastal communities? So that would be creating a fair and societal standing, to have them access to equal finance, and for them to access fair pay for what they are doing, for what they work with. And that ends our presentation for seaweed production. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think we all wonder who you guys are, these young people. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Paulo Andrew Hasegawa from the Philippines. I am an architect, a lecturer on architecture history, and an advocate on heritage architecture.
My name is Thep Dwangchan Buntidet or Kun Singh. At the moment, I am People and Culture Consultant and also candidate PhD Resources Management and Development from Lao PTR.
Afternoon everyone, I'm Chong from Malaysia. So I've personally been working on this seaweed project for the past 4 years. So the whole idea of ag inputs and bioplastics from seaweed, I'm currently working on that personally. So that is what the presentation is based off of. Yeah.
Just to wrap up, what I see similar with the recent presentation, the presentation before, Widya mentioned that in Southeast Asia we have commonalities. In her presentation, she mentioned the term of a vernacular design and also other construction methods that us Southeast Asian regions have in common. And I also see it in this case as well. In this case, it's seaweed production. And I think that these traditional cultures of seaweed production can be improved, as we can see from the presentation, into a BCG model, where these biocircular and green economy could be in 21st century using these traditional cultures. Because in this case, we've seen that they're using renewable biological resources, in this case seaweed, and produce value-added products, which is fertilizers and also bioplastics. I think because of our commonality in terms of the resources, we can together collaborate and further improve and kind of give value to these products in the near future. And to end this is that in order for us to improve our economy, BCG model emphasizes on the environment, where it has to be a circular flow of these resources where these groups mentioned, and also a consideration of the indigenous ethnic groups, because we need to take in account of their viewpoints in order and view them as stakeholders into engaging with seaweed production. And with that said, I would like to move on to our Q&A session.
Group 1, can you come up and sit in the front so that we can have Q&A and you're here for everyone to see?
Thank you. So as my colleague and I would begin setting up chairs on the main stage, we're going to ask the speakers to transition so that they can all be facing you. As we get ready, please consider questions that you have, both for groups 1 and group 2. And if you start raising your hands, we can start going around with microphones to identify speakers.
The moderators would like to ask a couple of questions before we get to the audience, if that's okay.
In that case, please do hold your questions and we will get to you soon. Thank you. You could also join me in another round of applause for Group 2's presentation. I'd like to. As Gretchen spoke about a little at the beginning, these groups have been working on these research projects and their presentations since August 2022. And after a 3-week workshop, or 3-day workshop, excuse me, which was the first time of them meeting all in person, they developed these projects themselves and have been working in collaboration across at least 3 different time zones. So we're very grateful for their work on this. And now I'd like to hand it back to our moderators for the discussion and Q&A session. Thank you.
So to begin, I'm a young person and I'm very curious on how you guys engage with your community in terms of sustainable ways of living. Do you have any actions I could, as a young person, start in order to help kind of discourage climate change and also in terms of respecting my culture, traditional culture?
Anyone could answer.
Yes. All right, thank you. Okay, I will answer first. So my personal experience on sustainable actions. Okay, you mentioned community. Mine is not that big. Mine is probably the smallest community, family. So it's actually it's actually not an official culture or anything. But my mother, she started last year making something called ecoenzyme. So every time we cook or we peel fruits, we don't throw them into trash, but we keep them and then we ferment them into, and the end result is something that we can use to mop floors as a cleaning solution, cleaning agent. So starting from, I think, a couple months, we haven't been buying any more of that cleaning solution from the stores, but we use the one that we create our own. I remember the first time I saw my mother just doing that because it was fermented. So at first it smelled horrible. So I asked her, Mom, what are you making? And my mom said, ecoenzyme. I'm saving the earth. Like the Avengers, like that. So yeah, but yeah, it was a very small step, and it's not an official Southeast Asian culture, but I think it's a good initiative to be a culture one day. So that's from me. And next.
Okay. So yeah, but same as Vidya, my family also does a sustainable way of living. As we know, every piece of money is important for Myanmar people at the time. We get to save the foods and every items, because it is so expensive nowadays. So for example, as for my family, my aunt who cooks and prepare for me, keeps the food we left at night and place in a refrigerator, and we cook and we mix with other items to make a new dish. It's very tasty. And after that, and even we cannot eat anymore. We feed them on birds and other animals. So it's in Buddhism, it is a kind way of making goodness.
Hello. For me personally, from my experience, I would say that comparing to my style for sustainable way of living, I would choose wearing the traditional clothes. The clothes that I'm wearing today, even this is Laos silk, Laos skirt that it's inherited from my mom. That in this case that it can be example to see that our clothes is very durable and it can be reused, even been worn in many times. Especially it's also the identity to preserve our culture, and it's also protecting from reuse the new resources. Yes.
And for me, it's kind of similar of India, but I would like to highlight about the food saving for my family. Actually, my mother always cooking by any pickle like vegetable like cucumber, cabbage as well. So it is the way that this sell food, and also the kind of in term we sell with the long of eating. So it is the kind of sustainable of eating and also forwarding to the sustainable of living as well.
Hello. Let me answer the question from Grace. I think in the small ways, like refusing plastic, single-use plastic products like what we have presented earlier. Back in my country, in the Philippines, there is this culture of single-use plastics or sachet plastics. I'm not sure if it's also a thing in your countries. A lot of products sold in smaller portions are usually encased in small plastic sachets, which after use doesn't have any value anymore and are turned into solid waste. So in simple ways, probably in what I do in my daily life, refusing plastics like that and bringing own containers, like for beverages, you bring your own tumblers, and for food, you bring your own reusable plastic or glass containers. Those ways could help a lot in turning that plastic-centered culture to a more sustainable one.
Just a last one. In terms of engaging communities, I'm not talking about a personal level. My opinion is that every single ethnic community has their own cultural wisdom. The problem with what I see from more like scaling it is that a lot of times the communities themselves don't know their value, right? So it's not, for me, I think that it's not really for us to tell people what to do or live a certain lifestyle or cultivation method. For me, is to identify what are the problems already existing in the market. So it could be sustainability problems, plastic pollution, water pollution, air pollution, and then looking at the cultural knowledge or wisdom within the community, and then providing a value for them. That way they are not left out of the conversation, because a lot of times when we say we want to do something for the community, it's very localized. There's no 10 years down the road, is it scalable? Or is it just scalable within this 50 acres? So for me, I think it's a lot of times it's about identifying value. For example, the first panel was talking about peat soil and how the orang asli are being pushed out of their land to plant palm oil. But even with the weaving methods, there are certain crops that you don't have to drain the peat land to produce raw material for, let's say, baskets and other apparel products. So that is a value that maybe the orang asli has not really tapped into and put it out in the market yet. Or it could be something pretty simple as trying to, for like natural pigments, a lot of times it's not that, the idea to use only natural pigments is great, but how do we kind of bring that value further up? What kind of certification schemes can we offer to local communities to sell their pigments, not just to their own weaving guys to sell at the art market, but how do we scale this up so that brands like Gucci or Louis Vuitton that has that kind of, the clientele has that kind of purchasing power to buy that pigment, that shirt that's dyed with that certain pigment. So a lot of times it's just very simple stuff by us being more urban dwelling on how to identify value in each set of community. Yeah, that's my personal opinion.
Thank you so much. So to young people out there, the panelists have said that just small actions that have been passed on from generations to generations, whether it's dressing or using waste that could, mop the floor, that it is these small actions that we have to preserve and protect in order for us to live sustainably in this world. But there are also some lifestyle that are harmful, but it sticks to our culture. For example, using disposable bags or single-use plastics. And those we have to, as young people, we have to always think about the environment. So whenever we engage, we go outside or in our daily lives, we would consider reducing the waste. And also one last point is that not only we could engage in sustainable lifestyle, but he pointed out that for us ourselves, we could be the ones who create projects and engage with these communities by going local and use our creativity to find the value in these local culture and products that is happening right outside our neighborhoods. So the next question, I'm curious about the seaweed production these ethnic groups have been doing as of this moment and for the past. What vision do you guys have for the future in order to improve the seaweed production in Southeast Asia?
For me, the seaweed project is kind of interesting with the current trend. You see, when the Russian and Ukrainian war happened, the first thing to go up in price, you notice, is energy prices, right? So oil, gas, everything went up. Then the second thing that went up in price is fertilizer. So fertilizer, you need energy to transport. Then you also need energy to create. So the idea is that with seaweed, you're able to kind of use the natural function of the raw material source and turn any coastline into a kind of like a localized fertilizer mine, because there's only about 3 geolocations whereby fertilizer is actually extracted from. So it is something that is quite interesting because as we try to move away from the fossil fuel industry, you have to move towards a bio industry. So when you move towards a bio industry, there is this big dilemma whether you take this 10 acres to plant it for food, for human consumption, to increase food security, or are you going to use this 10 acres of land to plant raw material for bioplastics, for biofuel, which is not contributing to food security. But transitioning towards aquatic plant-based or sea plant-based raw material, you completely disregard this dilemma because you're no longer using arable land for cultivation, you're no longer using fresh water for irrigation, and you're recycling leach nutrients in the water column. So that is one of the things that we see, hopefully with policy changes, this and that will help push this trend that makes seaweed farming more like it's no longer a niche industry, but it becomes more of a biorefinery model, similar to that of the oil and gas sector.
As Jun has mentioned earlier, that is will be come up after we have an vision and mission turn to be an objective. But my personally and our group, firstly, we would like to use this opportunity to be influencer, to inform about how we can be awareness of the mindset of sustainability, especially turning the local entrepreneurship to the international entrepreneurship and worldwide onward. Secondly, we are well based on the sustainability implementations, such as first one, it should be environment. Second one, it make the profit for the community. And the last one is make the society have the corporations. And the last one, we would like to we would like to implement the product to be consumed in-house, not just only to be a customer to consume with another product that we have to pay more expensive on. Yep. Thank you.
So to make this seaweed production happen, I think what they've mentioned is a lot of like macro scale changes that happen in the policy level. So I think that in order even though us young people really want to contribute in this field, another sector that we really want to motivate are the policymakers for us to kind of expand the seaweed production that won't harm the environment and also expand the awareness of people in the public as well. Now moving on to the next question, as a young person, not like an expertise, young people like you guys, I wonder what circular economy in terms of like the seaweed production is, like how does the process or it works?
Sorry, it works. A lot of times when we see like a very nice sports car, right, you see the aerodynamics, this and that, and then they kind of say, oh, it's biomimicry, we're learning it from a hummingbird or this and that. So our opinion is that when we are trying to solve such a huge issue similar to like climate change and global warming, the answer should be reliant on biomimicry, but not just on very specific kind of niche functionality. The problem and the solution should be looked at systemically. So meaning to say that you can't just choose one characteristic of the raw material. You must look at the raw material as a whole within the ecosystem. So for example, if we're talking about, if we go out of seaweed and try to change the conversation, is that if we're talking about peat soil cultivation, right? The problem with peat soil cultivation is the releasing of trapped carbon dioxide within the peat layer, because you have to drain out the moisture from the peat soil for you to be able to cultivate anything be it oil palm. You see that happening in pastures in the Netherlands, whereby cows have to, the pastures have to be drained out every year, so the land is actually slowly sinking because of this drainage. So peat soil, if we were to use a systemic approach, let's say local wisdom or knowledge from the Orang Asli people, we could just not think about oil palm planting. We could think about with the, sorry if I butcher this, with the pandanus plant that they are using it to do mat weaving. Why not just use something that is already within that ecosystem instead of changing the ecosystem? Use back the ecosystem, empower the local people. That way it's way harder for you to kick out a millionaire out of 10 acres than it's easier to kick out a guy that's earning 1,000 or 5,000 bahts a month than you kicking out a guy that's earning a million a month. So when you empower the local community through their knowledge and wisdom, you're not only solving the climate change issue, but you're also kind of bringing up the social standing. You don't have to worry about whether my community is quiet or silent or non-confrontational when my community is affluent. I have money, so you can't buy me out, right? I can lawyer up. I can quantify the value of my land every year, every month. I'm harvesting 10 tons. If you're buying me out, I want reimbursement. Whether that is something that developers, plantation owners, miners would want to reimburse, then that's up to the community to see whether that's a fair deal for them. So I think it has to be a systemic approach. So for seaweed, it's also the same. For peat soil cultivation, it's also the same. Look at the raw material and its function in the ecosystem. Rather than changing the ecosystem, use the ecosystem itself. Yeah.
Hello. I agree with a lot of with most of the points Zun said, and yeah, to further reinforce what he said, a lot of materials that have this cycle that is more sustainable in production are vernacular materials or indigenous materials, and a lot of those materials are processed by communities that needs help, and by, again, like what Zun said, the use of these materials empowers them, not just culturally, but probably economically in the future. That's all.
To overview lappings from my colleagues, talking about the sustainability productions, we have to looking back on the overall process of the improvement to make to the final products, because sometimes, most of the time, when it is beginning, it's starting with the cultural wisdom to the natural products. And by the end of the day, it's changing to be and commerce, as Kola mentions about the her textile. In the beginning, it's made from natural, and after that, it's turned to be commerce and chemical. It takes in size. So sustainability productions on seaweed. Firstly, we're looking back on the input for the process. Is it the seaweed produced or pan really sustainability or any chemical to adding on? Secondly, on the label, is the people in the community, they get fair payment. They access the financing to produce this. Second one will be talking about the process. If the process is affecting and turning to the waste into the environment, turning to air pollution, turning something to the sea, to the water, or to the land. And last as not least, the products, output the product, where is it go on the end of the day? Go to the landfill, go to the sea, or go to microplastic in our stomach.
Thank you so much, the panelists. The questions from our moderators have ended. After lunch, I see you guys eyes drooping already, so maybe you guys are tired from my voice, but now it's time for you guys to ask any questions if you guys have any. Now's the time. This gentleman, please.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed it. I want to ask a question for Group 1. I don't know if I speak for other parts of Southeast Asia, but back home in my country, I'm from Java, Indonesia, building a traditional house is ironically more expensive than building a regular concrete house that we see every day in Indonesia right now. Because the materials, the woods are now more expensive than the concrete materials we see in any other material stores. And usually the traditional houses, for example, Joglo in Java, takes a lot of land to build on, rather than the nowadays regular concrete houses. So seeing that the price of land has also grown ever exponentially, up to the point that my generation have started to understand or realize that we might not even have a house at all. So it goes somewhat paradoxically with the the purpose of this campaign. So how do you address that economic condition? Thank you.
Do you want to specify any young person here, or anyone is fine? Okay, Eddie.
Okay, I'm not from Group 1, but I'm an architect. I may be able to answer. In our case, in the Philippines, yeah, it's true that wood sometimes, most of the time, is very much expensive than the regular concrete construction. In how we try to put in sustainability with the context of history and heritage into new buildings is to allow them to adapt, not the original style, or probably not just the original style or method of construction, but probably the different context or the different, I'm trying to find a good word for it, attitudes in how our ancestors were planning those structures and adapt them into modern structures. I'm just gonna state an example. We have this concept in the Philippines of having big windows. With our ancestral houses in the Philippines, have very big windows to allow more air and circulation inside the house, thus reducing the use of mechanical equipment in cooling the interiors. So that those concepts, which we inherited them from our ancestors, could be brought back to modern type of architectural design. We may not be using the same we may not be using the same kind of material like what they did from the past, because they might be more expensive, but the context or the attitudes on how they planned their buildings, like we have a term for that, passive cooling. The passive cooling can still be adapted, and it's a really interesting method of cooling, because when the Americans came to the Philippines, they introduced a lot of equipment, especially air conditioning, to the country, which made our houses, which made our buildings very much enclosed. The windows and the doors, all the fenestrations have begun getting smaller, because the smaller the openings are, the better you could cool it with air conditioning. But when we trace back our heritage from having those big windows in the past, maybe we could bring back natural cooling and passive cooling. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Also, I will also add some advices to your question. Yeah, but I think the experience between living in a concrete building and living in the vernacular, like something built with bamboo or wood, is really quite different. Yeah. So yeah, really quite different, because so different. Yeah. Well, as for me, I don't want to live in a concrete jungle, but unfortunately, I live in a city of Yangon, which is really a concrete jungle, and also the other city in South Asia. And also that, like Andy mentioned before, we just follow the techniques and idea inspiration of our ancestor, not the exotic. So in the place of the expensive wooden materials and that product, we can change the similar products like sustainable wood or many other items, because we are there now. We are in industrial age, and we are in and which is very innovative. We can innovate it. We can innovate, and we can invest in many other sustainable materials. So, and also like the bamboos and many other things, they are really faster and grow than any other plants. Yeah. So we can change. We can replace the materials and products, and also as there are many concrete and bridge building in my city, in Yangon, there's a few amounts of wooden buildings in my city. So maybe 15 or 20 years from today, wooden houses will be the precious than the concrete buildings. It can be the more previous and maybe describes as a living heritage. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Is there any other? Okay, go ahead, sir.
I want to thank the Filipino gentleman for his observations. I'm from the United States. Sorry about all that air conditioning. Now, my real question is this. Your problem is not scientific. Your problem is political. And what are all of you doing within your political context, your cities or your countries, to get the power brokers to buy your story, to go along with what you're prescribing for the future? What are you doing to convince the people that count?
I think I can answer that when it's a kind of weird. There's this, especially for developing countries, I'm pretty sure that you guys are quite aware of, is that there's this idolization of the West, right? So in my opinion, is that sometimes when we approach as a local company or as a local individual, when we approach the government immediately, they might not be that receptive, right? Because it's just something that we're doing locally. It's not, I don't have a card. There's nothing good for me. But this whole idea of sustainability is a very new thing. It's kind of Western-driven. The narrative and the targets are all set in the West, like it or not. So for me, what I see works the best is that if you kind of leverage either a Western face, or you leverage a Western company, or you're saying that this is something that the West is interested in, that would kind of tingle their senses and maybe like, might be worth something to look at. But I think overall it's a bit hard to kind of, politicians are politicians, so it's a bit hard to kind of convince anything unless there is a multilateral kind of approach whereby you have foreign countries coming in. Then it's a matter of saving face, because in the end it's also politicians being politicians. So yeah, you have to kind of make them feel good about themselves, at least and what they're doing, and then they probably get something going a bit. Not to say it will go, but at least they'll, in Malay we say layan you. Yeah, we're working very closely with multinational companies and also with research organizations, because sometimes with all these cultural stuff or sustainable stuff, is that there is a lack, not to say, it is a scientific issue, there's a lack of scientific data because you can always tell a nice story, but in the end, how much carbon you're saving, when the government asks you back, okay, how much carbon you're saving, I have this tender for concrete, right? And it's all 10 times or half the price of your bamboo or teak or whatever hardwood. So if we were to kind of counter-argue, you will need a lot of data to back that. So we're working also with research institutes to actually identify, okay, how much carbon or how much fertilizer saving we are getting out of using our fertilizer, how well this actually have it here, how well does this bioplastic degrade in ambient temperature against conventional plastics. So a lot of homework has to be done on the technical side, and then also there's this whole politics game where you have to kind of give them face and make them feel good about themselves. Yeah.
Are there any other comments, or it's all right? Go ahead.
Maybe I have some comment related with the political development in my country. Actually, if we back into the past, I feel like I'm still curious and ask myself that if we back into the past after we got independent from French protectorate and during in 1960, we feel like the government mostly they approach for the public the public working and communicate related with the building to build with the education building, the hospital, and also the carrying out with and carry out with the public building. It is the way that we have the chance to create the new capital city in 1960 by legendary of new Khmer architecture One Molivan, and actually the results still passed on until we can see for the next generation. So with my generation for to take a look back to the past. But if we back to see the recently, we feel like most of the buildings relate with the public working and also with the construction, mostly forwarding with the private sector investment, and all the quality to construct and identify our nation, they are lacking because of the, as Windia said, it is the money talking by the powerful person in the government. So actually, some old building and also with the historical side, they are becoming out the private sector belonging. So if we see the redeveloping, it start to take a look about the condition of the building. If they didn't take care too much, the solution is demolish and start with the new construction. That it is the problem Cambodia to take care and really want to have a vision to the next generation to take care about the old building with the historical building for the next generation. Yep.
Thank you. Is there any other question? This madam, please.
Yeah. We have a question for group 1. Like in the clothing segment, you mentioned promoting local production for clothing, but and providing substitutes such as like natural production. But how would you say we can change the culture or the wisdom of the modern consumer to actually adopt that type of clothing?
Yeah, I would like to answer about this question. For the example from the case study from the Sonpao group, the way of solution to answer this is they bringing the traditional clothes to redesign into the fashionable style, which is can access to many generations. So you can wearing in every occasions, and all generation can re-wearing it, and it is not out of fashion at all, because you can even use in the daily life and also preserve the culture in the same time, and it is also moving with the fashion trending style as well.
On this point, I also would like to add on for the local textiles. I will give the case of Nanyang village in Luang Prabang, where they have an textiles. As Kola mentioned, that textiles have to go with the fashion labels, but only the coating, I think that one is not enough, because for the coating we can buy it everywhere, on the halls, on online, or any in the market. What it should become to make it more sustainable, we should go with something more touchable. Example, for the local community, it can be improvements for tourism site to go along with the textile or not. That is firstly. Secondly, we should give a knowledge and awareness for all consumers. What is the difference between local textile from natural and also from the chemical textile? With this knowledge, I'm showing we will look more back where our cotton, where our textile is come from. As Aliyah is mentioned earlier, some cotton is produced from very far from here, which is the producers receive very less cost. They don't have an education to develop themselves. They just produce the cotton and then send to fashionable market to produce it. Yeah. Thank you.
I think you can't really solve the problem as a whole, because it's the consumer pattern of the market has really changed, right? Like Chinese New Year, last time, probably not my generation, Chinese New Year, you buy clothes once a year for Chinese New Year. But now everyone just buys clothes whenever they feel like it, right? This Shopee, Lazada, whatever, you can just buy anything without thinking. So the idea, fashion will always going to be faster and faster with economic development. So trying to kind of pull back consumers from buying more is not going to be a solution, because we are slowly seeing that with urbanization, consumerism, this wave is not really going to stop, right? The t-shirt you're wearing probably isn't even a year old, right? Or less than a year old. So the thing is that how do we adapt to the market? Try not to change the market, because changing the market is too big of a project. So you have movements whereby, for example, under President Emmanuel Macron in France, they did something called the Fashion Pact. So majority of the more well-known fashion labels have pledged to be more sustainable by 2030. So you do see, because we previously also worked with the textile mill before on seaweed innovation, you do see that in order for textile mills to secure supply contract, some of them have to submit Thailand should also have quite a strong textile milling industry, right, in Vietnam also. So every year you have to submit maybe 2 sustainable innovation to the fashion labels. Whether they want to adopt it is up to them, but you do see that movement going. So the solution is to start at the raw material. So how do we produce a material that is able to go in line with this fast fashion? So either it's 100% recyclable, or it just degrades maybe after 1 year, 2 years. I brought a seaweed leather clutch the last trip I was here. I wanted to bring it this time round, but it's already beginning to decay. It has fungus on it. So it's that kind of, you have to think about how the product works, how the product life cycle is, and design the raw material accordingly. Not because right now the problem is that you have nylon cotton blend that is not recyclable. So how do we make sure that everything goes in line with what is being consumed? Yeah.
So sorry, with the minute time, we only offer you, there's only one time, like one question for yours. Couldn't you please?
Outstanding presentations from both of you. My question is for Group 1, and that is on the Son Pao project. That's one village among presumably thousands in your country. And how can you identify the factors that made this village become a sustainable village, and therefore find a way to make this kind of village replicable across first 10 and then 100 and eventually thousands of other villages in Laos, so that it has a meaningful impact at a national level?
Okay, so thank you for your question. From the experience that I have involved with them, from the case study, they have what the sustainable way of their production is. They bringing the plastic resource, plastic waste to turning to valuable material, and it also includes with the traditional pattern inside them, and that product can be sold locally and also external on even overseas, and this is can gain their decent income, and this production is become more famous, and then other local village has interest in the way of production, and they also be invited to teach other villages to learn how to product this kind of products to be more sustainable way, and then now it's starting to expand to another local areas in other province. Yes, so they start from themselves, and then it's getting interest for another local, and then it's starting expand now. Yes.
I'm also would like to support Kola. We are from Laos. Actually, it's to make it to be more international. Firstly, we want to speak up ourselves, and this Shicha's conference give us a really good foundations. Now you can pop up the what is Son Pao can doing. Now it means that we are successful on the beginning, because now you know Son Pao is from Laos. But from make it successful into the international, I think that we should start with the corporations, because apart from one country, we couldn't make it successful in the same time, because the productions is not just only from the resources that we grab from the local or marketing that we can implement, but also we need to be in good cooperation together, which is along with the SDG 17 to start with the cooperation with another country. That's why we are here. Thank you.
And so anyways, if there's any other questions, feel free to ask them after the session ends, because I think most of them will be here, and they will be I'm sure they'll be very welcome to answer your questions. To conclude the session, we would like to thank you, all the panelists. They've been spending months and months preparing beforehand for this event, and hearing from their experiences, their expertise, I myself and you can feel like the sense of how they want to contribute to make change in society in real time. And so on behalf of the moderators, we're very honored to be able to facilitate this session and be able to moderate for you guys to hear. And also on behalf of the team, we are deeply grateful for your kind attention today. And this concludes the session. Thank you so much.
I would like to echo that thanks to all 7 of our speakers. You've all done a wonderful job and raising issues that I think will resonate throughout the rest of the conference, and certainly with this afternoon session. Thank you as well to our 2 moderators for their hard work. This will conclude panel number 2. We will have a brief 10-minute coffee break, so please feel free to stretch your legs, and then I will call everyone back for 3 p.m. Final round of applause, please, for our panel 2 participants and their hard work. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I would ask that you, please come make your ways back to your chairs. Our final panel for the day will begin shortly. So, final notice, please, everyone, start to make your way back to your chairs. We will begin the session shortly. Please make your way back to the auditorium. Thank you.
Turn up. Well, they basically can't hear it. We don't have Bruh, never know that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I hope that the coffee break was a good chance to get outside, get some fresh air, hopefully get some caffeine. And I am pleased to announce the third and final panel for today's session, Traditional Stewardship of Natural Resources. I'd first like to invite up our two moderators for this session, Mr. Winduk Tang and Ms. Aminta Amy Penpuiwat. Mr. Tang is the director of the Center for Research and Promotion of Cultural Heritage of Vietnam and the Vietnam director for the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance. A certified UNESCO trainer for intangible cultural heritage, Mr. Tang has an expertise in heritage education, museum studies, and cultural development and gender. And he formerly served as the National Program Officer of Culture at UNESCO's Hanoi office. Ms. Amy is a member of the Youth Driving Committee for the Southeast Asian Cultural Heritage Alliance and the project manager and founder of Youth Mentorship Project, a youth organization dedicated to teaching students from vulnerable groups the values of sustainability and resilience through STEM subjects. She represented Thailand at the UN Youth for Climate Conference in 2021 and 2022 and is interested in the intersection between quality education, inequality, and climate action. Please welcome our two moderators. I would also like to invite to the stage our three speakers for this panel, Dr. Tint Nguyen Thong, Dr. Nurul Salmi Abdul Latif, and Dr. Suichan Patapranaiwan. Please take to the stage. Thank you. Please join me in welcoming our three speakers. Thank you. Without further ado, I'd like to turn things over to our moderators and begin this final session of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello.
Thank you very much, Elliot. And today I'm very honored to be here to be the co-moderator for this session. It is the excuse us for a technical issue. The panel today, the last one today, is the traditional stewardship of natural resources. So today's panel will bring us to another dimension of the conference, local knowledge and traditional practices that bring us to the stewardship by the local communities. Today we have three representatives from Malaysia, from Thailand and Myanmar who will give us astonishing stories about how the traditional knowledge practices are in the guardianship of the natural resources. So I would like to leave the floor to the first presenter.
Okay, so before we give the floor, I would like to introduce our very first speaker, Dr. Tint Nguyen Thuong. Dr. Tint Nguyen Thuong has over 38 years of professional experience in forest management and natural resource conservation in Asia and the Pacific. Dr. Thuong was trained as a forester in Myanmar and is currently a senior regional advisor for the Nature Conservancy Asia Pacific program, as well as the country director for TNC Myanmar. So without further ado, I pass the floor to Dr. Thuong.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, especially the delegate from the youth communities from ASEAN. Very nice to meet all of you. Of course, I was asked to talk about the role of the community forest, as a traditional nature-based solution for the climate change action, particularly in Myanmar. But before I start this story, definitely I would like to tell a little bit about the limitation of my knowledge and experience from the sort of like a archaeological perspective or sort of like a social perspective. I may have some limited knowledge and experience, but I do have some knowledge in the natural resource management background. So I selected this topic because I want to argue, I want to claim or discuss, this is the challenge of the community forest deployment in the ASEAN region, but that has been very well linked to the traditional farming practices of ethnic communities in Myanmar and also the ASEAN region. So with that, this picture I share is the view from our community forest in the Inle Lake, and then one of the freshwater lake in the eastern part of Myanmar. So before we start discussing about the role of the CF, I would like to start talking a little about the relationship or interlinkages between the nature, culture, and faith and heritage. That is a very, I think, a similar common things in the many countries in the region, even throughout the world. If you look at the landscape level, you can see the beauty of the nature, and also you can see the combination of the culture, particularly based on the faith-based, especially the religious belief. The country like Myanmar is a very majority of people are Buddhist, so you can see the landscape of Myanmar having a lot of the Buddhist temples, and you can see the very typical village like the pictures in here. You can see the farming, around the village. You will see also the sort of like temples, not far from the farm, and also the just in the village. So this kind of the landscape is very much sort of like a evolutionary, I can say. It's developing from time to time. So their culture and their belief and their faith are very much related to the nature as well as to the culture. With that, of course, you can see a number of the World Heritage Site, declared by the UNESCO. Especially in ASEAN, we have over, I think, about 60 World Heritage Sites. Oh no, sorry, about 30, nearly 40 World Heritage Sites. Out of that is they separate culture-oriented and nature-oriented World Heritage Site. So some areas are very much culture-oriented. Angkor Wat and Bagan and Pew, those are very much culture-oriented. Some World Heritage Sites are also a bit of very much nature-oriented heritage site as well. In ASEAN, of course, you can look at the ASEAN Heritage Park very much a bit of combination of nature and culture. For example, like in Myanmar, we do have about 8 ASEAN Heritage Park. Out of that, about 50% of the heritage park are very much related to the religious shrines or temples or cultural practices. So that is very, very, you can see, cannot really separate between the nature and the cultural things. I try to argue about the community forest because I was myself also practicing the community forest, developing the community forest in the Asia Pacific region. I was the executive director of the RECORD Community Forestry Training Center based in Kasasa University for 7 years. So I engaged a lot of the communities in the ASEAN region to promote the community forest. So there are a lot of story behind that community forest, success story as well as the failed stories. So that we still have a lot of challenge to promote the community forest as a, the collective land management, as a very much traditional based farming practices. If you look at the history of the community forest in Myanmar, you can see that the practice of the current people, what we call the Tawnya system, is a traditional sort of like a shifting cultivation system. So in the early day, we don't have a very much human population pressure. So those people, they cultivate the forest, and then they grow their crop, and they move to the another place and come back, a few years later. So that rotation was quite short, quite long at the time, because they still can find the land, so that they can come back a little bit later. Only the land got a ready and fertile land to grow the crop. But when we got the British came to the countries in 1824, the first time, and then when they introduced the sort of like a systematic forest management in Myanmar, they found that Tawnya system can be very good silviculture practice. It means the way we can grow the forest trees using that knowledge of the local people together. So at the beginning, of course, current people, they don't like it, because they said this is a bit of, giving them more regulation and more pressure for them to do that, not to do that. But eventually they found out that this is a very good partnership, the way of the forming villages, the group coming together, supporting the forest plantation establishment, as well as they got an opportunity to grow their crops in the ground. So to me, I look at the CF not only as an agroforestry practice, but I look at the CF as a sort of like a partnership, benefit sharing the responsibility. This is very much in line with our traditional way of the people living together, especially in the village community levels, and also doing the farming together, sharing the benefits together. So that kind of the concept has been gradually modifying a little bit more to talk about their rights, talk about the bundle of rights, what you call the tenures. So whether community should get a little bit better tenure rather than the lands just belong to the government. But this is still the case in many countries in the region. The lands belong to the government. So the community or the indigenous people, of course, they have been there for many years, well before the British came, well before the government, successive government came. They do have the right to assess, and also they do have the right to own. Those are a little bit more sort of like an advanced idea, how the community can be the land ownership, so that they can further manage and also involve in the whole process of addressing the global issues or local issues. What I want to say is we are facing a lot of challenge nowadays. The biggest challenge we are having is two biggest challenges. One is climate change. Another one is biodiversity loss. If you don't have any answer to those issues, you cannot get a sustainable development. Because the climate change is real, nobody can deny it. So many people, policymakers, politicians, business communities, academics, try to sort it out what would be the best way. At the same time, they're trying to develop the many new terminologies. Now they call the nature-based solution. They also call the nature climate solution. Now recently they call the nature positive solution. Whatever you call, it doesn't matter. The fundamental principle is still the same. You still based on the community. You still based on the nature to address those sort of like an issue. You got to start addressing the issue in a local level so that we can really combine those solutions to sort it out the global issues. So that's why what I want to say is when you consider the community forestry, it is always linked to the culture. I always try to argue that it is an intangible cultural heritage because it started in the community, started as a collaboration, started as a benefit sharing, started as the responsibility. So those kind of things are the really encouraging development, but at the same time there are a lot of the challenges and a lot of the obstacle to have a, the successful, the CF development, in the region. You can look at, because a CF can contribute to both climate change mitigation as well as adaptation. Especially when I talk about the mitigation, I will have my next slide, I can explain you a little bit. But for the adaptation, of course, if you have a sort of like climate change, you don't have enough food to produce, you go to the forest. You still can produce non-timber forest products. You call it the foods, you call it the leaves, you call it the fruits. Also, you call it the non-timber forest products like bamboo or rattan. You still have access to the market. At the same time, the dry zone like Myanmar, we use those big trees as the refuge area to prevent from the extreme heat wave. Now, those kind of things are really community forests can really provide as the way for the climate change adaptation. You can see that also in the mangrove areas. Mangrove of Myanmar is a very, very important ecosystem to contribute to the both climate change adaptation and mitigation. But we learn a lot of lessons from our experience. Some of you may know this problem we got in 2008. We got a cyclone Nagis. That was the, I can say the most casual rate, the deadliest cyclone in the world so far. We lost over 130,000 people in 2 days. So with that cyclone Nagis, you can see all the ALD Delta region. Those regions really fled out. And a lot of the people died, and many people displaced, millions of people displaced because of this cyclone Nagis. But after the Nagis, people learned a lot about the role of the mangrove forest. Because they found out that if you have a mangrove forest, you got more survival. This is a very scientific and very well documented. You can see this picture just here. If you have a more forest here, you got a less casualty. No forest this size, more people die. Very clear for that. So those mangrove forests belong to the government, some belong to the community. So after that very tragic condition, the people have a more, more value. They recognize the value of the mangrove ecosystem, save life in Myanmar. So from that time, there are a number of the organizations, donors, UN agency trying to conserve the mangroves and also restore the mangrove ecosystem in Myanmar. So at the end of the day, what I want to argue is promoting the community forest is promoting the people culture. At the same time, promoting the people power. You can see these pictures. There's a group of the villagers. They gather together to seek the land from the authorities. They want to get a more community managed forest. So they came to ask this gentleman sitting in the middle of the pictures, Director General of the Forest Department. He visited to that area. All the villagers gather him and then ask him to give him more lands to the community's managed area so that the community can manage the forest, and also they can also produce some of the forest products from those areas. So at the end of the day, when you talk about the community forestry, it means that it is developing a social capital. Social capital in the village level, social capital in the community level. So if you do have a successful engagement with the communities, there can be a lot of the role of the community forest to take care of the climate change mitigation and adaptation. Here is a very important point. Gender equities is really important aspect. Make sure that the women are part of the decision makers. You can see there are many women actively asking this kind of rights. You can see another one is FPIC, the free, prior, informed consent. This is a very important practice before you engage with the communities to talk about the issues, to talk about the opportunities, and to talk about the what sort of the solution you can find together. Another one is very important, especially for the beneficiary mechanism. and taking the shared responsibility. Nowadays, people are talking a lot about the carbon market, carbon credit. You want to sell your carbon credit to the companies or developed countries who damage a lot to the ecosystem. They have to pay back by having the carbon credit, paying to the people in the poor countries or developing countries. But at the same time, people in the developing countries need to protect the forest so that the forest can absorb the carbon emission very significantly. But in that mechanism, it is extremely important to be very clear mechanism of benefit sharing. Without having the benefit sharing, your project or whatever you're trying to do that, it will not be successful. Loss and damage fund, that is just came out another ideas or another new terminology in the recent COP27. That is to make a payment to all the damaged ecosystem in the many developing countries or many part of the world. We should get that kind of the financial investment coming from the rich developed country, giving that money to the people in the developing countries so that people can restore the damaged ecosystem and also to manage the existing ecosystem, at the same time protect whatever they can protect at the moment. Those are really important. So I will wrap up this my presentation. So I want to say is this argument is a lot of rooms to improve, because I still need to provide a little bit more scientific data and evidences. But the picture I show you about the Nuggets head area was very striking evidence of the role of the mangrove and the role of the community forest community managed mangrove forest are really important aspect of the saving life, especially when we face with this climate change. At the same time, community forest can be part of the solution for the biodiversity loss. A number of the development challenges, they can play the role, but you need to properly design and manage it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thong. Thank you very much for interesting presentation. And I would like to have a gentle reminder to our audience that please hold on to your questions. Please hold on to your questions until the end of the three presentations. And also, I also would like to invite online participants to put your questions, comments in the Q&A box, and our colleague to bring it over to the panel for discussions. Thank you. For the next.
Okay, so thank you, Dr. Chuang, once again. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Nurul Sami Abdul Latif. She is a senior lecturer with the School of Biological Sciences at University Sains Malaysia, Penang, and she works on conservation issues in human-dominated landscapes, focusing on impacts and ecological responses from human ecosystem interactions. So just while we wait for the presentation to load, I would just like to remind everyone once again that to keep listening and to keep your questions in mind for the Q&A section later at the end. So now I would like to pass the microphone to Dr. Latif. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very privileged to be here, to be learning so much in just the first day. We've had a lot of discussion the whole day today, and a lot of stuff that's been discussed is very, that's like common trends and common information that we can see runs through the different topics, even though they are of different themes. So I think that's an important message there, that when we talk about natural resource, it doesn't fit into one compartment or one sector. It runs across all discipline, because if we discuss about nature, nature doesn't stand alone. So if you look at where we are right now, even outside, everything is interconnected. So whatever you do, you will affect whatever that it is around you. And even the air that we breathe now would be produced by trees from elsewhere, right? So So that's something important to remember. So my talk will be on resource stewardship in a rapidly changing landscape. We can also see this in a lot of the earlier discussion as well. So basically, I will touch on very briefly on the importance of biodiversity and ecological connectivity. This is the safety net that keeps all of us, humanity, safe, healthy, and thriving on this planet. So biodiversity is actually natural resource. Natural resource is biodiversity, it's nature, and is in essence the foundation of traditional knowledge. So what we see, actually, the traditional knowledge that we've been talking about is ways or methods or approaches of using natural resources sustainably. So over time, when we pay less attention to traditional knowledge, we become less sustainable, right? Or unsustainable in our actions. So this is when environmental problems starts to emerge. And now we see that it's become a crisis. It's no longer an environmental problem, it's become an environmental crisis. Climate is no longer just a problem, it's become a climate crisis right now, climate emergency, in fact. So, but can we, number 4, changing the narratives. Can we see the problems that we have now differently? Can we look at the conventional ways that we've been practicing? Can we look at it from a different angle? And lastly, I will give some suggestion. I don't know if I have time even. I mean, there's so much to share, and also I can see all the earlier speakers, there's so much to share, but we have so little time. So anyway, I'm going to continue. So maybe just a quick one, because I just wanted to show you. Just now we had a speaker from Sarawak, so he was discussing on the problems here in Sarawak. But I'll be focusing more on Peninsular Malaysia, because that's where I'm more familiar with, and I do a lot of work here. So if you can see the map here, the middle here is the central forest spine, which is where we have our last stronghold of rainforest in Malaysia. And this area is being plundered quite mercilessly. But we still have a lot of large tracts of forest, but this is the last bastion. So this is very worrying, the trend that we are going right now. Okay, so if you look at biodiversity, so in Malaysia is a tropical country with very, very high diversity, blessed with all kinds of terrains and landscapes. We have mangroves, we have all kinds of ecosystems, we have peatland, and not just on the terrestrial, but also underwater. We are part of the Coral Triangle Initiative, as was mentioned earlier, was one of the speakers. So Malaysia is really strategically located in the sense that we are very rich on land, as well as very rich in the water, underwater, for all the coral reef richness and the species, marine species, and so on. And all of these natural resources, they perform very, very important critical ecological function and ecosystem services. So what are ecosystem services? These are made up of 4 services, main services. We call it the provisioning services. We have the cultural services, and then we also have the regulating services and supporting services. So these are all the main services. You can try and Google and see what they are, because I cannot elaborate, I don't have time. So these are the free services that ecosystems provide for us. And this is the basis to traditional knowledge, how indigenous people use. They are very wise at using all these free services. And they use nature's technology in these activities. That's why it's very sustainable. They're not working against nature like what we are doing conventionally. They are working with nature, harmonizing all the actions and extraction of natural resources using nature's ways and technology, right? So we saw just now with the youth group, with the design of the house, the old Malay house, using wind system to cool the house. So this is what we mean by harmonizing with the environment, with our designs. Okay, so I don't know if I have time for this. I just wanted to show you the interconnectedness of nature. So if you look at this diagram here, when we look at nature, we don't look at just one spot of where you are. You need to look at it at a macrocosm level, like what Dr. Sati was sharing earlier, looking at ecosystem always at a macrocosm level, because it's going to affect everything else, especially if you deforest an area at a large scale. So everything is interconnected. If you deforest hills upstream, it's going to affect the river and eventually end up in the sea. That's going to affect not just the people downstream here getting flooding, but it's going to affect the seagrasses, the reefs, and also the fish resources along the coastal areas. So basically, the interconnectedness and interdependence of ecosystem reflects the complexity and very, very balanced. If you look at nature, natural landscapes, it's very balanced. That's why there's no problem. And with traditional knowledge, they are utilizing that balanced system and keeping it balanced, not to tip it to one side too much, but always, so that the balance is always there. That is why there is no problem. Like for what we are doing now with modern activities, we are extracting too much, tipping the balance too much. Because nature, how it works is that it always will keep itself in equilibrium, right? So if you tip it this a little bit, it will do. If it's minor, then it can tip it and it become okay again. But if you tip it too much, it cannot handle the situation anymore. It will react with mudslides, landslides, flooding to tip it back, to try to tip it back to equilibrium. So that's what's happening really in nature, right? So it's quite extraordinary if you look at it in that way. So basically, if I'm not going to reiterate all the traditional knowledge that we know indigenous communities practices, because we know that it's very, very sustainable So they have because for indigenous communities, they have been living or interacting with their landscape for so long, they have a very holistic understanding of creation and the existence and how that is manifested in their relationship with the environment. Okay, so they have a worldview of systemic worldview of nature. So that's what we mean by macrocosm. You need to have a systemic worldview of the environment. You cannot compartmentalize it. It is a multidisciplinary topic. So if I'm tackling a pollution problem, I cannot just be looking at the pollution. I need to get people from the social, orang asli, social study as well. You need to bring in the geologists, you need to bring in the biologists, you need to bring in, you need to bring in people from different disciplines. Because if not, you won't be able to solve the pollution problem, right? Okay, so basically for indigenous communities, they see themselves as custodian, responsible in protecting welfare of all lives in the forest. This is because they see themselves as the forest. For example, like the group that me and some colleagues, we are looking at, I'm also affiliated with an NGO called Persatuan Aktivis Sabak Alam. So we engage ourselves with a group of indigenous communities in the central forest spine called the Temia. So, just now Shak Koyo was sharing about the group for Temia group. And it's very unique of how they see themselves as part of nature, as part of the forest. So they don't see themselves as higher or superior than nature, but they are part of the forest. So that is how they have this deep understanding of the ecology, of how to practice their daily activities with deep respect, and also be able to preserve biodiversity and ecological connectivity at the same time. Okay, for example, they have what they call a community calendar, and this community calendar is called Tahut. So what they do is that, this is not their community calendar, this is just an example of a community or calendar using, if you do like documentation of the different months, but this is the Gregorian months. But for the Tamil people, what they have is the calendar is a calendar that it's not the ordinary 12-month calendar, but they use seasons and time of the year. Like for example, they look at the flowering season and also the fruiting season as the beginning of the year. And then that goes on to the next phase of time and so on. And eventually it will end with the dry season. The dry season is like the end of the year. So each beginning and end of the year, they will have some celebrations to welcome that part of the year. And this calendar is being used to carry out their activities, whether it's hunting or it's farming, making use of resources available at that particular period. For example, during fruiting season, they'll collect fruits, but at the same time they'll carry out hunting because there's a lot of animals going out, with forest trees fruiting, for example. So they are making use of what resources available during that time. Okay. I'm not going to go into this. This is just a quick description of what I mentioned just now. And also they practice farming, also shifting cultivation. A lot of people have negative perception of shifting cultivation, but actually shifting cultivation is regenerative agriculture, if you look at it, because they would have very specific sites for their farming plots. They do not open new areas. And once they're done with one area, when there's less fertility, they move on to another spot, and then they will leave that original spot for rest for 20 to 30 years. So by that time, the land would have regenerated and already, a small forest would have started by then. So then they would come back to the original spot and do farming again and not open new areas. So it's very sustainable in that way. And they don't open a large area. Depending on the size of the community, they will only open what is needed to supply them for that particular year, right? So it is not as, if you look at modern agriculture, total deforestation, bare grounds, totally, in Malaysia we call it cuci mangkok. Cuci mangkok means like you clear your plate, so cuci mangkok kind of deforestation which just destroy everything in just a short period, but total biodiversity loss and so on. So it's very, 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 very extremely different from how indigenous people manage their own the land management system. All right, so let's look at why this happened. Okay, so for Malaysia, since we have had independence, we've had the problem has increased over the years, right? And lately, in the last 20 years, deforestation has happened at such large scales. So much so that the cumulative area that can open in one area can be about 10,000 acres. Right, from 3,000 acres to 10,000 acres, that's a huge area. So if you look at the ecology and the biology of forest ecosystem with that kind of size, of course it's going to change the weather patterns, right? It's going to affect the water cycle, it's going to affect evapotranspiration, it's going to affect a lot of these biological and ecological processes of the forest, which is going eventually to affect the weather system. And if you do this long term, opening more and more areas, is going to contribute to climate change, right? So the issue here is the problem, the root cause is deforestation in Malaysia. I'm not sure about other countries, but in Malaysia it's deforestation, which is more of a problem to indigenous people than climate change at the moment. It's more critical, right? So we have other, why do deforestation happens for forest plantation? Like now, in the last few years, the trend is opening up Musang King durian plantation. This is a trend because there's such a good price for Musang King durian export to China that everyone is, clambering to get on the bandwagon. Quarrying, mining, construction, and so on. So there's a lot of reasons. Dam construction especially. So these are some of the photos that we took at the Temia villages. So the area that we engaged with, there are 16 villages, Temia, and each one of them have the same issue of deforestation. So imagine 16 villages and all of them have the same problem. So this is a very serious, very critical problem in Malaysia. This is right smack in the Central Forest Pine. Okay, so I mentioned, and also because of the forest loss or habitat loss, a lot of these villages are also experiencing human-wildlife conflict. You get tigers and sun bears and elephants coming into their villages, coming into their farms, into their plantation, and always the wildlife will be at the losing end, okay? Because when they report this to the authorities, what do the authorities do? Capture the wild animals, or if they attack, sometimes it ends in injury, so the authority might have to put down the animal. And these animals, tigers, elephants, sun bears, these are all endangered species. If you look at the IUCN conservation status, our tiger, we have only about 200 individuals left in the whole of Malaysia, right? And if you look at elephants, it's on the endangered species list. Sun bear, vulnerable species list. So this is very, very, very problematic. It's very conflicting and it's very heartbreaking. So the essence of it is, without forests, culture and traditions and customs of indigenous people is lost. Because everything that they believe in, the culture and the tradition and everything that they practice all this while is to do with the forest, depend on the forest. It's like total dependence on the forest. It's not just them, but us as well. But we don't realize it because we are not close to the forest. Whereas indigenous people, they are close to the forest. They feel like Shak, just now you could see how passionate he was, describing what he does. So it's that kind of passion, which you cannot find it in city dwellers like us. So a lot of the indigenous people in Malaysia, not only in Peninsula, but also in Sabah and Sarawak, having the same problem as well. They are left without means of adapting to these rapid, extreme changes. So if we talk about climate change, they cannot even manage with deforestation. What more with climate change? And climate change is the result of deforestation. So the more important thing now is protecting forests, right? So the consequences of deforestation is multi-pronged. There's a lot of impacts on people, biodiversity, physical landscape. If you make a list, it's not never going to end. So many. And what we do during COVID, because some of the villages had problems with human-wildlife conflict, so we actually got permission to go help build some farms in one or two of the villages because they had problems to go out and get supplies. And why did we help the orang asli to do farms? Because they don't have forests anymore. They don't have forests to go look for food. Their supermarket has disappeared. Their pharmacy has disappeared. So you have to help them, give them external support. And we carry out trainings for farming and so on. They've been very engaging. So in Malaysia, the thing is, the main cause of traditional knowledge decline would be not climate change at the moment, right? It's more to do with habitat and ecosystem loss, especially through massive and extremely large-scale deforestation. So basically, at the end of the day, all the wealth of the forest, all the wealth of the wealth and wisdom of the indigenous community that has passed down over generations will also be permanently lost, right? And what is very serious is that not all of them have been documented. Yeah, so this is I think this is the same problem everywhere, not just in Malaysia. So from our engagement with the 16 villages, we could categorize the villages into these 4 types. Extremely affected, that means they have complete forest loss, which means they would have migrated or been displaced or sent into like a penempatan baru, like new residential area for orang asli. Secondly, seriously affected with major loss, more than 50%. Affected, which means partial loss, about 50% or up to 50% but in the transition of going into serious or extreme state of forest loss. This is all due to forest deforestation. Or they are still intact, not affected yet, but the bulldozers and lorries are on their way. So they are going to get there eventually. Some, there's 1 or 2 villages that still protecting their forests for 1.5 years already, putting up human blockades. Yeah, so this is what the scenario is in Malaysia at the moment. So this is just an example. I think Sharks shared some images as well. So what we do is we conducted training for the orang asli to make their own boundaries, to map their own boundaries. So we carry out training to raise awareness for them about environmental issues, that how do they become the eyes and the ears so that they can report, and to tell them, to also inform them what is the right channels, what are the right channels for you to go to report and so on. And they have also made on their own initiative to bring in lawyers from the Bar Council to teach them about their rights, customary rights, traditional land rights, and all the things. Yeah, so, finish? Oh, okay. So a lot of things. So what we can see with the indigenous communities is that they have become guardians, but in a very different way now. They are not just the original custodians because they don't have forests anymore, or they are fighting for their forests, so they become, they have undergone a steep learning curve, right? So just a little bit more, if you don't mind. Just finish off with the photos. So we've also teach them using GPS. If you know what GPS is, you know, like when you go driving, you have GPS to map out their boundaries, and also drones to carry out their own forest monitoring. So you have to empower them to let them do the work, yeah, because they are there all the time. So just some examples. Yeah, but I won't be able to finish everything. Yeah. So maybe I'll just end here. Okay. Maybe we can discuss whatever is else left afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Latif, for the very insightful presentation. Yes. So we'll definitely have some more time to discuss and for you to elaborate at the end at the Q&A session. So to save some time, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, which is Dr. Suwishan Pattanapraiwan. He was born in the mountains of Chiang Mai and is a renowned Karen songwriter, musician, singer, poet, activist, and professor. He is the co-founder of Asian Ethnic Creative Foundation and serves as the Vice President of the Foundation for Culture and Environment of the Southeast Asian chapter. So, will you have a presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Okay, we're waiting for the presentation. First of all, I would like to thank Siam Society and Sicha that invited me to join and to participate in this conference. I knew that if compared to my capacity, I couldn't qualify to this conference, but so I really appreciate about it. Actually, before I perform or I lecture or I give the speech somewhere, I usually introduce myself as a Chi. Chi is a current name, so it means the little boys. So, but my father cannot register my name in Thai officer as a Chi because they said that it have no meaning in Thai language. So I have to create my new name. Not I have to, my father have to create my new name as a Suwichan Prana Praiwan. If you ask my grandmother, my grandfather, my grandparents, they don't understand this kind of meaning at all. So please call me Chi. No, I am Chi. So I would like to share about the current environmental stewardship of natural resource. You might heard about current a little bit from the first speaker from Myanmar. So I will explain more who are current later on. So this is one of our community in the midst of forest. We have waterfall here. We have our watershed here. We have our community here. We have our rice field here. I would like to start from the forestry discourse in Thailand. We have a lot of discourse of forestry to the indigenous people in Thailand. But at least the main discourse, the three main discourse, the first one, we got the image from the forestry or in the Thai society. It doesn't mean Siam society, but Thai society. No. Society that we are indigenous people in Thailand who be like a destroyer or deforestator. No, so this is the first discourse. No. So we are risk for natural resource. We are risk for forest. The second one, the second discourse, the image or the stereotype of the Thai society or the forestry department, they said that the indigenous people in Thailand will be as a drug dealer or drug maker. So don't let the indigenous people have time, have space to use the land in the forest. Otherwise, they're going to plant the drug plant as an opium or something like that. This is the second discourse. And then the third discourse is they also have the generalized point of views of the Thai society. It's not always only Thai society. Some like historical, mainstream historical, they also point that the indigenous people in Thailand is like a immigrant people. For example, like our current people, they said that all of current people in Thailand is migrant from Myanmar. But in the reality, I will point in the next. So because of three discourse, so they don't trust the indigenous people to living in the forest area. So they said that if let them free in the forest area, is the forest will gone, natural resource will gone, the river will gone, the wildlife will gone. This is the forestry discourse in Thailand to the indigenous people. So I know that Thai, we might have our brother and sister Thai citizen here. So if you would like to defend with me, I'm ready to defend about this. No? So where the current people located in Thailand? If you see this map, in the north part, in the yellow part, we have whole country. We have like 15 provinces of current people located, including in the north, in the west, and in the central part. So we have official population like more than 500,000 people, more than 125 households, more than 1,000, almost 2,000 villages, and then more than 5,000 sub-village. Because in Thai, they have structure of the village, they call like a muti. Muti is mean village, but one Muti have Yomban is mean sub villages. Some village they have sub more than 5 villages. So in current community in Thailand, like a official document, no, we have like a 1,993 villages and then more than 5,000 sub villages. In Thailand, at least we have two ministers that deny or refuse that no indigenous people in Thailand. The first minister is the former interior minister. No, his name Surapong Tovichak Chayakun. So he said that no indigenous people in Thailand. We have only ethnic people in Thailand because they still believe that the indigenous people have no indigenous people in Thailand. The ethnic is an immigrant. This is the first minister. The second minister is the current forestry minister. He's in the current one. His name Warawut Silapa Achana. He said that no indigenous people in Thailand. So when he proposed the Kengkrachan National Park as a World Heritage. So the UNESCO warning that you have to Thailand have to aware about indigenous rights who located inside the national park. But he said that no indigenous people in Thailand. So you don't need to aware about that kind of rights of people. So at least 2 ministers that said that or refuse or deny that no indigenous people in Thailand. But it doesn't mean I'm point. But the first one, we have the missionary from France. He mentioned that the current he mentioned the current story in the Ayutthaya age, no, Ayutthaya kingdom age, no. And then the second one is like a Thai academic, no. They also talk about current people located in the Suvarnabhumi area or Southeast Asia area more than 700 years ago. So this is one that I would like to point that if the people, the groups located in some area more than 700 years, we can accept them as indigenous people or not. This is the point. You know? But for me, this is the history of indigenous people in this land. Another point I would like to point up, I would like to highlight about the green zone of Thailand. If we're looking at the map, this source is from the Forest Management Bureau, Department of Forestry. No? In the 1963, you can see the green zone of Thailand. But 51 years later, on 2014, the green zone of Thailand is changed. You know, it's decreased 21%. No? And if we calculate in the area, it's a decrease more than 12 million hectares. So, but when you consider about the green zone that's still maintained, and then you can consider about this map. 50% of the green zone that's still maintained in Thailand is belong to Karen community area in the north and in the west part. So that's why today I would like to talk about the Karen stewardship, in the natural resource. So why the green zone still be in the current community? Why I would like to highlight that the current people, they be one of stewardship in this country. So the first point I would like to share about the customary protected area in Karen community. I don't want to share, but I not share about the knowledge base. This one, I share about wisdom base to you. So the first activities for the Karen community when the baby born, we have some ceremony we call like depotu. Depotu. Depotu is mean umbilical cord tree, umbilical cord trees. So when the baby born, father or grandfather have to cut the umbilical cord of the child and then put in the bamboo, and then go to the forest and select one trees that are strong and then big, and then tight the umbilical cord box in the tree. And we believe that the trees and then the boys, the soul is connected to each other. You cannot cut that tree anymore. So one person for one trees. If in the community they have like a 300 person, they should have 300 trees. So we not only have only 3, but we keep that area as a forest. We call like a depotu forest. So that is mean we have born forest. But for me, this is I call like a born register forest. So when we born, we believe that we have to register with the nature. In the previous, we don't have government. We not belong to any government, but we belong to nature. Nature is as our government. So we have to register our life, our soul, our spirit with the nature. So the tree connect us to the nature. So this is the first forest or the first customary protected areas. So actually the depotu area is the average is around 10 to 12 hectare. So if we minor with the 5,719 sub-village, we're gonna have like a 69, almost 70 hectare in the whole country of the depotu areas. The second one we call like taswako. Swa is mean 0 or empty. So taswako is mean empty place or 0 place. You know? When the people pass away, we are not burned as a Buddhist. We are not have like a cemetery, like a very clear area as a Christian, but we have we call like a taswako, no? As a funeral forest. So we bury the people in the ground and then we plant something more. If the people who pass away like to eat mango, we plant mango for she or him. If they like some flower, we plant a flower for them or something. So we try to increase the diversity in that forest. So that forest, the people who are still alive cannot use the resource over there. Even wildlife, fruit, wood, soil, anything we cannot use. Only able to use for the people who pass away. No. So it's also for this area is the average around 10 to 12 hectares. So if we minor, I think the area almost the same with the depotu area. So the last area we call like a tikwaki. Tikwaki, if I direct translate meaning to English, is mean like the roots of water area or the trees of sea area. So actually it'd be like a watershed forest or watershed area. So this one is the biggest area in the community. For example, if I show you about the first photo, this area is like a tikwaki. So we want plant or we want do a field over here. So it's like a protected area or forbidden area for agriculture. So we call tikwaki. So tikwaki, the average of tikwaki around 800 to 8,000 acres. So that is mean the average is 4,400 acres. So if we plus with the main village, so we're gonna have like 8,007,069 hectares. No? If you compare to the biggest national park of Thailand is Kaeng Krachan National Park in the Phetburi. No? The total area of the Kaeng Krachan is 728 hectares. So you can see only customarily protected area in current community is bigger than the biggest national park of Thailand, more than 10 times. No, this is therefore the customary protected areas in current community forests are strictly control conservation area as well as refuge for animal and plant species. And another point that I would like to highlight is I call it like a 3S taboo and regulation of current hunting. So the first S is a space taboo. Space taboo is considered to the space taboo. They have like a twice space taboo. The first space is related to the stream or the water. So if in the downstream area we cannot eat some animal there, for example, like a frog, like some fish, because we believe that that kind of animal is being the pest of the god of water. If we eat it, it makes the god of water angry, and then the god of water we go away. If it go away, it's not give the water to us anymore. The river gonna dry. But if that kind of dose of animal is located in the midstream or the upstream, we can eat it. So this is we call it a species taboos. But another space is according to the village. So if some of wildlife is come back to the village, we won't eat, we won't kill. For example, like a little deer, turtle, is come to the village, we won't eat it. Even surround the village, we also won't eat until we use like the chicken sound. If it's far until we cannot hear the chicken sound from the village, we can eat it. But if we still hear the chicken sound in the village, we won't eat it. But if located in the forest, we eat it. So the first S is the space now. The second one is related to the seasonal. The seasonal, for example, like some fish, some season we can eat, some season it's be like a forbidden to eat it. No, like another example I would like to give as a squirrel. Squirrel we can eat in the squirrel in the raining season, in the summer season we can eat it. It's like a green, but in the winter season we cannot eat. In the raining season, maybe if we have nothing to eat, we can eat it. No, something like that. No. So another S is a specific species. Specific species we have for the species we have more than 37 types that be like the forbidden, and for the seasonal we have 17 types, and for the specific we have more than not more than we have 21 types. For example, like a hornbill, elephant, or gibbon. So we believe that the elephant is the spirit of rice. If we kill the elephant, we cannot plant rice. We cannot plant rice well. The hornbill is the spirit of love. If we kill the hornbill, we won't get married, something like that. Or if we get married, we're gonna divorce or something like that. This is a belief. So these 3S, taboo and regulation of the current hunting, is, I think, this is the stalwart characteristic. No? Thank you for Bill. No? The last point, no, I would like to talk about the current relationship with the spirit guardian of the land. No? So we have, in Thai, we say that we have 3 core. The first one is we we ask, khor is mean asking. The first one, we asking for permission to the temporary use of the land. Before we use the water, the land, the forest, we have to ask for it because we believe that the human being not be the owner of nature, but the spirit, they have their own nature, like a super spirit. We have to ask. Without ask, that is when we stolen from the spirit. No? After we ask, when we use, they might get hurt or something. We have to asking for forgiveness. No? And then in the last one, we have to asking for thanksgiving, or we have to asking for celebrate. We are not celebrate only among the human, but we celebrate with the nature. We celebrate with the super spirit. No? So this is the relationship with the spiritual guardian of the land. So this is my conclusion. I would like to say that the characteristic of the current stewardship in the natural resource, at least 5 characteristics. The first one, the current people be the consumer who is conscious of the vulnerable or the vulnerability of the natural resource. The second one, to be the protector aesthetic. Why I say that aesthetic? Every step of the asking, we include the whiskey we enjoy with human nature and human super nature. I think the super nature also will get drunk with this kind of ceremony. So this is an aesthetic characteristic of the natural resource conservationist. The third one is to be the creator of philosophical wisdom of conservation. That I told you, I'm not share about the knowledge base, but this is I share about the wisdom base. No? So the current people, they be the creator of the philosophical of the wisdom for conservation. And then the fourth one is the worldwide of non-human center control. No. And then the last one, to be a green culture, organic, economic, and a way of production in the circular economic. As you mentioned about the shifting cultivation, but actually we don't say that shifting cultivation, we call like a rotational farming. No, rotation farming, no, something like that. So, because of time, I will skip this one. So, I would like to end with the current proverb or Pokemon proverb. No? We have the proverb that how to cut the tree without let it die, how to eat the fish without broke its bone, how to eat the crab without broke its claw. No? And finally, I would like to share about the current wise man in Thailand. He talked about because of we eat from the forest, we have to take care of them. Because of we take care of them, so we have enough for it in our life. So this is the characteristic of the stewardship in the natural resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chi, if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to 3 presentations, really fascinating, and I find it really engaging from Dr. Chi, if I may, from who presented the case of the current environmental stewardship, Dr. Tin Luin Thong about the traditional nature-based solutions, NBS, from Myanmar, and Dr. Nurun Samin Abdul Latif with traditional natural resources stewardship. These are really, really interesting cases, and also the models I would like, if I may, for to reflect the ownership and the stewardship of the local communities over their natural resource. If I would like to summarize what we have listened to the speakers, and so we can come up with questions. We have seen that over centuries, created and defined in their customary rights, the local communities across the regions have accumulated a tremendous body of knowledge and nature and environment, and perform a variety of traditional practices and cultural expressions, and in sustainably using and managing natural resources and sustaining their livelihood. So the presentation also showed the intrinsic interconnection and interdependence between the human and the natural environment, such as soil, water sources, forest, marine ecosystems, and so on. And in many cases, the human and nature are one. Unfortunately, local knowledge and traditional practices, such as those presented in the cases, have been overlooked and underestimated. In some cases, the barriers of such knowledge, the local communities, especially those livelihood is dependent on nature, were displaced, brought out of the picture, such as in the case of protected forests or national parks or even bioreserves. In the worst case, they were even labeled as nature destroyers. The presentation also pinpointed the risks and threats and the consequences brought about from the environmental changes caused by deforestation, pollution, and barriers, especially barriers caused by policies on land management and even nature conservation. The cases and presentations that show that hope and opportunities that pose the questions of what and how, when, the importance of traditional knowledge and stewardship of natural resources by the local communities across the region or across the globe be fully understood, recognized, integrated into government policies in the struggle to tackle climate change and environmental changes to a level beyond the local community. So there are plenty of keywords that the three speakers have brought to us today on the floor. First is the traditional stewardship, indigenous rights, partnership, trust, free, fair, and informed consent. And I would like to add that sustain is a new term that UNESCO has brought in under the Convention of UNESCO. Trust, yeah, and benefit sharing and responsibility sharing. So that's what we have learned from the speakers in my perspective. And I would like to encourage the audience and also online and here in the meeting hall to bring the questions and comments to interact with our speakers today. And we'd like to have my colleague to facilitate the discussion.
Okay, thank you. So while the participants, the audience is gathering your thoughts, maybe thinking of what questions to ask, I have a few questions on the behalf of the moderators to ask our panelists here today. So the first question that I would like to ask, I'd like to direct to Dr. Tuong. Given your discussions on like community forests and the challenges of how some might fail while others prosper, could you give some recommendations on how to like strengthen this partnership, not only with villagers and foresters, but also with the private sector or the public sector and the government?
Thank you for this very important questions. The development of the community forest has been facing many challenges, not only in this ASEAN region, it's globally, because the role of the private sector is not very well integrated in this development. It's very important aspect. And because the community, they need to face the competition of the market, right? When you develop the community forestry, there can be a number of objectives. You know, some community forests set up for the biodiversity conservation, some set up for the fuel wood supply, some set up for the watershed protection. Now the expectation of the global communities on the community forest is very high. Now even they are now expecting the community forest to contribute to the climate change mitigation and adaptation. Is a huge agenda. So to be able to do that, there must be the very strong understanding about the knowledge, the skills, and also the sort of like how they can be a part of the solution rather than problem. Like you mentioned about the discourse in Thailand is always pointed out as a problem rather than solution. So we must change that dimension. The public sector as well as the private communities, they need to have a sort of like a stewardship together. That is really important aspect. There are a lot of ways that we can develop that kind of the collaboration, Of course, the carbon market is one of the opportunities. The private sector really want to collaborate with the communities because globally, community managed forests or community managed protected areas are much better than the public managed, the government or the department managed, protected area. That's been very clear about that. So just now, my colleagues from the current group, he mentioned a lot about the how much forest they managed. About how many times? 10 times or 100 times, much bigger than the whole, the Thailand area. So that is a really huge opportunity for the private to understand about their opportunity, to collaborate with this kind of the grassroots level or indigenous people. Thank you.
So I completely agree with that. I think that there are definitely a lot of opportunities, maybe to make them see like some incentive, but then like you also said, there are some new words that these public sectors or the private sectors are coming up with, like climate adaptation, loss and damage, and nature-based solutions that you mentioned in your work. I'd like to follow up on that. Maybe as a forester, I'm curious to ask your opinion on what do you think of all of these new terms? Is it repackaging stuff that we already know, the cultural traditions? Is it taking advantage of it, or is it like necessary?
I don't like this new terminology very much because sometimes I confuse a lot. So, sometimes they said nature-based solutions, sometimes they said nature climate solution, sometimes they now telling the nature positive. With those are you got to be a little bit careful. But I don't know who created that one. But I don't really object those kind of development. But the fundamental thing is that you need to respect the traditional knowledge and traditional ways of managing our natural resources. It will never go away. Those kind of things, kind of traditional knowledge and skill within the framework or whatever terminology you develop. It doesn't really matter. The most important thing is the respect. My colleague mentioned about the respect. Respect each other, understand each other, and how you can collaborate each other. This is the most important things. Because the world we are living is not stand alone anymore. Nobody is a really superpower anymore. Nobody escaped from the COVID. Nobody escaped from this nuclear threat. The world we are living is just a small village. So in that sense, you got to find out how you can collaborate and how you can find the friends and how you can really share your benefits. You cannot be rich by yourself. Oh, I'm rich. I don't care about my neighbor. Your neighbors are still poor. They will be the problem for you, even you're rich. So that benefit sharing, this is an equity issue, is really important dimension we all need to consider together.
Thank you for that very interesting perspective. I particularly like the point about respect. And I think it also kind of relates to Dr. Latif's point on the systemic worldview that a lot of these indigenous people or cultural wisdom that we have really connects to. I'd like to ask you of how do you think maybe we can spread this systemic worldview on how we have this relationship with nature, how we can live with nature to society and people living their everyday lives?
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the question. There's several ways. One way is to mainstream the issue of deforestation to the public. We need to find ways of how we can bring, because for indigenous community facing problems with deforestation, they need a lot of support from the general public and other stakeholders. So helping them to bring issues of deforestation or their plight to the mainstream public is very important. And then secondly is perhaps integrating indigenous knowledge into schools, whether it be informal or formal. So we can start with informal first, for example. And some countries have even done it, like Canada, Australia, India, they have done that, integrating that into teachers training, education, because they have indigenous groups. So it helped, teachers with the training to teach the indigenous children as well as other children. So we can also do that to integrate into the school curriculum. So just a couple of suggestions.
Thank you for your suggestions. And I'd like to continue to Dr. Shi. I'd actually like to ask you, following from that question of how we can spread this knowledge, maybe do you think there's an opportunity or a possibility of like the customary protected areas to be implemented beyond Karen communities, perhaps on a national level in policies and things like that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I do agree that we should, how to say it, extend those kind of knowledge to another area. But today I give example for the current people, but we also have another indigenous group who also have the customary like this, such as Hmong people or Lisu people as well. So for me, if we would like to extend this kind of practical to in the national level or in the policy level, I think we should change our mindset to we should set up a new mindset, at least 2R and P, 2R and 2P. The first one, I think we should re-meaning or reasoning of the meaning to the local meaning or the how to say it, the wisdom meaning to knowledge meaning. No, because in the new generation, when we talk about belief, because we believe like this, we practice like this, they don't want to practice our belief. But if we explain or we give the reason in the scientist ways, they're gonna understand the reason why. So they're going to practice about it. This is the first thing. The second R is I would like to mention about rights. So we have to think about right to access, to use the natural resource to equal, and then we have to provide the right to access, protection, natural resource to equal. Somehow the state let us to protect or to conserve the forest without right to use, only protect. So it makes the people or the villager don't see any benefit for concern the natural resource. If they see the benefit of the concern, 100% they will concern. Because of the use, they have to concern. And somehow we would like to protect our area, but the state not allow us to protect. For example, now in the border of Thai and Myanmar, we have some company that cooperate with two countries. I don't want to say which country, you know already. They would like to build the big dams, the Salawin River. Because Salawin is the biggest river that still flow like freely in nowadays. But now they have actually they have more than 13 dam projects in these rivers. So the villager beside both of the area would like to protest and protect the dam, but the state try to don't allow the people to protect. So we don't have right even protect the natural resource in our community. You see, if they would like to use this, they use without ask the permission to the local people. So linked to two P's. Now the first P, I think the partnership is important. When we talk about forest, we talk about natural resource. Actually, we have to change our news paradigm. The forest or the natural resource, it belong to whom? Belong to a state, belong to government, or belong to the people, or belong to the local people. So I think we have to change our idea to the partnership. So it belong to everyone. So we have to do like a co-management. We cannot let the forestry officer to protect the forest alone. Of course, nowadays we cannot let the villager to protect alone as well. So we have to be like that. The forest is belong to the people, not belong to only the state. No. Another P is in the policy level. So I think for example, in Thailand, when they declare or they produce some policy, we call like a one size for all, one policy in the whole country. So, but you have to think that even though the landscape or the culture of the people is a difference, no? But sometimes if you use one policy for all, it's not fair for some culture who already be stereotyped already. But for example, in the green zone that I show in the point, when the government see the green zone, oh, we have to keep this kind of green zone, and then they declare as a national park and cover the village inside the green zone. So it's not fair for the people who living for 700 years or 500 years ago. So you become too illegal immediately after they declare as the national park or something like that. So 2P, partnership, and then the policy level we have to think, and then 2R is remaining or rights. No? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. G. Yes, now I would like to open the floor for our discussion from, please. Mr. in the back, please.
Hello, thank you for the insightful discussion. One of our major problems back in the Philippines is the lack of a coherent national land use policy that covers indigenous persons and indigenous territory. What's your take on providing indigenous peoples with indigenous land titles covering their territory? Because for us, it's a contentious issue, especially when politicians use this lack of a title as a way of encroaching and grabbing the land and continuously receding the property of the indigenous peoples. So I think I triggered some nerves, so it should be a good conversation. Thank you.
Now, over to you. Over to the speakers. Who would like to go first?
I would like to take advance to answer this question. According to land title, in Thailand, we also faced with this kind of situation, and then we on the period of the negotiate periods. Because especially in the forest area, in the green zone area, the government, they would like to give, they call like a land document, but not land title. It's different. No? The land document is mean they allow you to use this land. You have to rent it. You have to pay each year. But for us, we said that we have to rent our ancestral land. It's a look not make sense. No, this is the one that we not accept the policy of state. Now we try to negotiate. The second one, when they would like to give the land title or land document, they would like to give as a individual document or individual land title. But in our customary law, in our culture, one land is not belong to only one person, but it belong to community. Everyone be the owner of this land. We call like a collective land. So we would like to have like a collective land title, not individual land title. But the government not agreed with the collective land title. Yes, in Thai we call it a chanot chumchon or community land title. One community, one land title. It's not one family or on one person, something like that. So this is we still on the negotiate period with this. Even though they would like to give us, but they give as one they thought. They don't give. It depends on our customary law, something like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shi, for that. Any other questions, or would you like to add?
I just want to add up asking about the policy component. It is really important, but policy for whom? Who develop the policy? How you develop the policy? It's really important. Sometimes the policy can be developed, just for the one government, and then implementation can be a little bit different way. So the process of the policy development need to be very participatory, need to be very understanding about some of the issues in the ground. So that policy will be very strong policy and then successful policy to implement. The world we are facing, we are living now, there are so many failed policies. And because the process of policy is not participatory as well. It's very much top-down sometimes rather than bottom-up. So that must be the way. That's why we are the organization I used to work before promote a lot of the policy making process to be a participatory, and then we developed a lot of the intergovernmental mechanism through the ASEAN or through the APEC mechanism. Those kind of things are, it's still a long way to go, but definitely that I really appreciate that point is really important. Thank you.
I'd like to add a little bit. This is our experience in Central Peninsula. It's not going towards policy, but what we did. I mean, these are grassroots movement, on the ground, and what the community has done, because the Tamia group, they are quite proactive. But this is after 15 years of fighting, of struggles, so they've become stronger now. And they came about on their own initiatives in the beginning. So what they did was they educated themselves. They went around looking for experts to come and help them and train them in rights, legal rights, customary land rights and all that. And like for us, we've just recently come and help them with more technological stuff, like GPS, drones, and stuff like that. So from engaging with the Bar Council, with lawyers, they found out that they can actually take logging companies to court, right? So what they do, but they need to have very meticulously documented documents, systematically. So what we did was we trained them to make this documentation, but at the same time they also had training before. We simply came in later to help them with the mapping and forest monitoring and all that. So the documentation that they have to carry out is very meticulous. They need to be able to prove that they have been taking care of the area for such and such time. This is their area and things like that. So one of the requirement was to provide evidence for their boundaries. So that's where the GPS mapping comes in. That really helped with the documentation. So they are able to, so now actually we have all the boundaries for all the communities already, and their areas are very wide, but that depends very much on the size of the community. Like Dr. Chi said just now, it's a community area, not like a family. So the whole, it's like the foraging ground of, the traditional lands, like foraging ground for them. So they would have a community A would have one area here, and they don't overlap, right? And they don't go over into other people's land. But the problem now, because of deforestation, some of the things they need for their rituals and customs, they cannot find there anymore. So they have to walk further, travel further, and sometimes they can only be found in other people's land. That they can, have some other, they can go over and try to ask for the resource. But coming back to this, so this is one. So what they have done, when they do this kind of documentation, they have been able to take logging companies to court, and for these groups, they have actually saved 61,000 hectares in the 15 years. But saying that, there's still a lot of work to be done. They cannot stop because the logging company are just coming continuously, and there are land approvals being done all the time. So it's not stopping. But this is one way, but they need to do very meticulous documentation. So that's one way of how they can do work on the ground to help protect their own lands. Yeah. But people who has the knowledge and the skills need to come in and help them. Yeah.
I think it's very evident from our three speakers that there are a lot of complexities and intricacies with policy making, and you definitely cannot generalize or have like a one-size-fits-all solution. And that is the theme that I see running from our three speakers. So thank you for answering that. Any other questions from the floor?
I have the mic. I'll give you guys later. Thank you, speakers, for your presentation. I think this question is specifically for Dr. Salmi. I'm a biologist myself, and something that kind of intrigued me just now was during the Group 2 presentation, Jun mentioned a great point where we need to show data-backed evidence with the government to show that the indigenous people nature-based solution does help to offset and reduce carbon emission. The issue here is there's not a lot of indigenous people in STEM to validate these practices, and sometimes when people come in or scientists come in, they may come to learn about such knowledge and did not acknowledge the community that shared these concepts to begin with. So in your perspective, how can we stop the latter? And are you involved in any project which helps to scientifically validate this traditional ecological knowledge? Thank you.
In Malaysia, problem of prior consent, I think that relates to prior consent, right? In Malaysia, we have just came up with an act, ABS, access to benefit sharing, and there's like some articles in there for prior consent and all that. So this is rather recent, but it's not fully practiced. It's there, but not seriously being implemented, and no one monitors. So that's a problem. So I don't think it's being widely practiced. It's there, and if you say Malaysia has access to benefit sharing, yeah, tick, but nothing more than that, I guess. Then the second one, that's another thing that's why I said just now, right? I mentioned that there's very little documentation, especially from scientists. Even like for me, I jumped into this thing because I'm involved with an environmental NGO as a professional biologist. That's not really my area. I do conservation on turtles and all sorts. But I find it very intriguing. I have just actually been exposed to this like in the last couple of years, and I find it very intriguing, especially traditional ecological, because it is it clicks with us. You can sink in your heart what traditional knowledge is. It's very, kalau in bahasa Melayu we say fitrah. It kind of like, it clicks with you naturally that the traditional ecological knowledge is the real thing, because everyone, if you look at all the practices, it is sustainable. It is it's very gentle on the earth, and the protection, very respectful. There is sacredness to it. You as a user of nature is very humble. So you can see all of this, say the same theme reflecting in all the presentations earlier today. You can collect all this, list of, and you can see it runs across. So basically, if we're talking about traditional knowledge, it's about that. So to validate this, in Malaysia, not many people, a lot of people do social studies with indigenous group, but to scientifically, but if you look at the traditional knowledge, is very intriguing to me because it's so ecology and it's so biology. It encompasses this field very like 150%. So and whatever Dr. Chi was presenting just now, you can relate. You can actually rationalize why certain animals can be hunted in summer, certain animals can be hunted in winter, or you can rationalize it scientifically. Actually, if you study the ecology of the animal, you can understand. This is what I was talking about when I spoke about the calendar. It is about forest phenology. If you look at it from a biological perspective, it is about phenology of the forest. It's about the process of flowering of forest trees, of fruiting. So that's the scientific way of looking at it, the phenology. But actually, really, it matches very much. So indigenous knowledge is actually indigenous science. It is a science by itself, and it's natural science. So, yeah, I don't think we need to validate it. If for indigenous communities, they don't need to validate. They know that it's real. But if you're taking it to scientific journals, yeah, maybe you need to validate for that kind of publication. But I don't think really you need to validate it. It's already been validated for thousands of years, and with them using the resources, there's no extinction. If you look at deforestation, in just a blink of an eye, everything is lost. But if you look at indigenous knowledge, for thousands of years, they've been using the same resource in the same area. No extinction, no degradation, nothing. So what does that tell you between conventional use of resource versus traditional use of resource? Very clear.
Thank you. The next question.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, very interesting, so I triggered to speak. I'm coming from Indonesia. My name is Rudy. Dr. Nurul and also Suchi and other speakers from Burma, Myanmar, Thailand, Indonesia is quite similar with the case of indigenous people, which is we are as the largest country in Southeast Asia is also having have difficult problem with legitimations and also recognitions of how we manage that together. However, this global challenge, facing us, and all the countries have to fulfill 30% of, however, this is of it is protected area. 30% of it is land. However, it is global, can be more than or more or less for each countries. However, the indigenous people existence is very important, and by now I think the one thing that we should do, scientists, collaborative management, and everything, have to determine the system which is to be included in the protected area of IUCN. They have 6 criteria, six category. So indigenous people, like Suchi was mentioned, can be fall to category 6, which is traditionally used but sustainable, and it can be recognized by global level. And the most important thing too, the recognition of the policy at the national level, which is very important to, if we have endorsement is from the national law, either that law or even the constitutions is very important. I think that the way forward is like that. I mean, otherwise it will be an open access or tragedy of the common. Thank you. Comment.
Okay. So we actually have one last question from our online viewers, from a gentleman, Kun Apishai. He's actually directing this question to Dr. Shi. So he would like to ask you about the spirit houses in Thailand right now. So most of the time, it's people are doing it. People are still doing it, but he makes an observation that it might be commodified right now, and it's lost its original, the original meaning of it. Would you agree with this observation?
Totally, I totally do agree. Because of as I mentioned, because of we have many factors and many conditions too. So the first condition is the condition of state policy. State policy is make us change. So even we don't want to change, but you have to change. If, for example, the Depotu, like a born forest. Some born forest is become to schools. Some born forest is became to like a temple. Because of when they come, as I said, somehow I would like to combine I would like to re-meaning it, because they said that you believe or your practice or your customary land rights is no meaning. It's something like so. We are scared of that kind of spirit, but the external people not scared of this, because they don't understand the hidden agenda of this kind of practicing. So this is we are changing. The second condition is like education. So the education system is when we go to the school, we don't have chance to learn our traditional knowledge in the school. We learn a lot of things, but sometimes we know nothing. So we don't know even ourselves. So that is make his observation is totally true. So I do agree with that. So we have many factors and conditions, but I just give example for a couple of reasons like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And thank you to all of our panelists today. I feel like all of you have given us so much inspiration and also insight into your work and your livelihoods. And I feel that everyone in the audience would have learned as much as I have today. So I think there were, just to quickly summarize, 2 key takeaways from our whole panel today. The first one is on this interdisciplinary approach, the worldview that indigenous people of cultural wisdom that we have, whether it be the connection between people, culture, nature, and livelihoods, leading to like a holistic approach that we have to take towards tackling this issue. And then the second key takeaway is on equity or inclusiveness of including a lot of these people of free and prior informed consent, of taking down the stereotypes that we see of indigenous people today all around the world, and how to protect the people who are most vulnerable in this issue. So because of all of that key takeaways, and because we've had such a fruitful discussion today here, I would like to thank everyone here in the audience as well as our 3 panelists once again, and thank you all for being such attentive listeners. And now I would like to pass the microphone back to Elliot to end our session today.
Thank you once again to our speakers and to our 2 moderators. This is a wonderful way to end the first day, and I'm very, very grateful for having been here for this. So please, a round of applause for our speakers. I think this is a perfect capstone to our first day of the conference. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Again, many of you have traveled long and very far distances to be here. Just a few brief housekeeping notes. Again, for all of the speakers, we ask that you all please come on Saturday at 9:30. I'll be sure to repeat this again tomorrow, but 9:30. And for everyone who's interested, and as I know many of you have been already, over the next 2 days we will be selling books from the Siam Society Antiquarian Collections and from Areca. And this includes a translation of the Ramayana epic, the anthology of Southeast Asian cultural heritage, and postcard temple collection murals. So please be sure to check that out over the next 2 days, and thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. We will begin at 9 a.m. again tomorrow, and registration will open at 8:30.